Chapter 694. Yan Yi, who was enveloped by the nether ghost flame, was completely red as he moved through the lava. It was like he was cooked, and it was an extremely shocking sight. At this moment, Yan Yi was in quite a bad state. The temperature rose incessantly as he moved deeper into the lava. At this point, he was on the verge of being unable to endure the high temperatures here even with the nether ghost flame covering him. Fortunately, he had the nether ghost flame, and that was the only reason had been able to hold on until now. Otherwise, he would have probably been unable to persist a long time ago even if his body wasn't in a heavily injured state now. Besides the threat that came from the temperature of the lava, Yan Yi even sensed Xian Ning and the other half-saint had entered the lava. Moreover, they were swiftly closing the distance between him and them. Luckily, his aura and tracks wouldn't be left behind in the lava. So, had been able to constantly avoid them when they were about to catch up to him. However, Yan Yi's current state was growing progressively worse. At this moment, he felt like his internal organs were on the verge of bursting into flames, and both his neck and face started to become covered in boils before his skin started to fall off. The nether ghost flame was a natural treasure, and it was a type of flame as well. So, unless it was a natural treasure of even higher rank than it, other flames could only dream of devouring it. However, the nether ghost flame was merely able to protect itself right now while Yan Yi was shocked. Why is the lava here so hot? Even my body, which is comparable to a half-saint's body, is actually unable to endure its temperature. I can't allow this to continue or I'll be roasted alive even if Xian Ming doesn't catch me. It's impossible to head back. My only way out is to speed up and see if I can get through the lava. When he thought up to this point, Yan Yi stopped holding back in the slightest. He circulated the small amount of profound energy within him that had gathered through constantly absorbing extreme-grade energy stones, and his speed suddenly rose explosively. Around an hour passed. Yan Yi's situation was growing even worse. At this moment, his face and neck were densely covered in boils. It wasn't that he refused to draconify himself, but it exhausted too much profound energy, and he lacked profound energy the most right now. However, even draconification would merely be able to help him resist the heat for a while longer, but it wouldn't take long for even his dragon scales to be unable to resist the temperature here. Actually, besides the sword precursor, Yan Yi had also come to the hallowed grounds to train and temper himself. He had Elder Mu and Lu Yen to protect him on the continent. Even though that would allow him to do as he pleased and no one could harm him, he was very clearly aware that it would do more harm than good. After all, it was impossible to foster an expert in favorable conditions. Only by tempering oneself through life and death could one grow stronger. No matter how strong Elder Mu and Lu Yen were, it wasn't his own strength. His true strength was merely at the Exalt realm. Even though he could surmount his realm of cultivation to kill Monarch realm experts, and even exchange a few blows with half-saints, he was still an Exalt realm profounder in the end. He wasn't a match for a half-saint at all if he didn't utilize external sources of strength. A very long time ago, had realized that he could only rely on himself. So, had traveled to the hallowed grounds. But he hadn't imagined that he would face such a hopeless situation upon arriving here. Persistence. Yan Yi was relying on his persistence right now. Because his mind was starting to become blurry from the heart. As for the burning pain from his body, had completely disregarded it. Xian Ming and the other half-saint were in a much better state when compared to Yan Yi. They were both half-saints, and the lava was utterly incapable of being a threat to them. At the very most, it was only slightly troublesome to them. The reason they still hadn't caught up to Yan Yi wasn't because their speed was inferior to his, it was because Yan Yi didn't emanate even a trace of his aura. In other words, Xian Ming and the other half-saint weren't able to search for him with their divine senses. Coupled with the fact that Yan Yi was moving randomly through the lava, they still hadn't been able to catch up to him until now. Suddenly, the lava around them stopped moving as it had been frozen. Their expressions changed, and their profound energy instantly surged while they revealed vigilant expressions. 3 figures that were covered in flames appeared before Xian Ming and the other half-saint. Their expressions changed because it was 3 half-saints. The flaming figure in the lead held a ball of flames in his hand as he shouted furiously. Human half-saints! Don't you know the rules of my fire spirit race? Are you looking for death by trespassing into our territory? Xian Ming and the other half-saints' expression changed slightly while a cold glow flashed through their eyes. However, they didn't flare up and forcefully restrained themselves. I presume you're an elder of the fire spirit race, right? That flaming figure spoke furiously. Chihua. Human half-saint, cut the crap and answer me. Otherwise, both of you can dream of leaving. Xian Ming forcefully restrained the flames of rage within him and said, We have no intention to offend the fire spirit race. The reason we've entered your territory is because we're pursuing a human who has colluded with the defiant Profounders. He has entered the fire spirit race's territory, so we followed him in. I hope Elder Qi can make a compromise. We'll leave immediately once we've captured him. Colluding with the defiant Profounders? Chihua's voice carried a trace of solemnness and rage. After all, colluding with the defiant Profounders was undoubtedly like betraying all the clans and races in the hallowed grounds. If such a person had really fled into their territory, then the fire spirit race had to lend a hand no matter what. Xian Ming was delighted when he heard Chihua. Because Yang Yi would definitely have no chance to survive if the fire spirit race helped them. Chihua raised his right hand, and then the ball of fire revolved swiftly while threads of flames swept out like a net. A short while passed before the threads returned to the ball of fire on his palm. He said in a low voice, I wasn't able to find that fellow's tracks. Damn it! Such a formidable half-saint from your human race actually colluded with the defiant Profounders. If even he was unable to locate someone in this world of lava, then there was only a single explanation. That person's strength far surpassed his own. At the very least, that's what he thought. Xian Ming's expression grew slightly strange. He hesitated for a short while before he said, Elder Qi, it isn't a half-saint but a 9th-rank Exalt Realm Profounder. Xian Ming felt his face burn with shame once he finished speaking. Shuhua was stunned, and then he said, An Exalt Realm Profounder? Human! Are you trying to play tricks on me? He really is an Exalt Realm Profounder, but he's slightly special. Xian Ming explained. Special? Special my ass! Chihua suddenly roared furiously. An Exalt Realm Profounder was actually able to escape the joint forces of 2 half-saints like you, and was even able to enter the core territory of my fire spirit race? Human! Do you think we're idiots? Xian Ming was at a loss for words. It seems like they'd come to our territory with some ulterior motives. One of the other flaming figures by Chihua's side spoke in a low voice. The ball of flames on Chihua's palm started revolving swiftly as he said, Human, out of consideration that the defiant Profounders are about to emerge, just get the fuck out of our territory. Well, be magnanimous and not make a fuss about it. Otherwise, it'll burn you to ashes today. Xian Ming and the other half-saints' expressions became unsightly to the extreme. Chapter 695. Xian Ming's eyes were filled with rage. After all, when had members of the hallowed halls suffered such humiliation? However, he knew that they didn't have even the slightest chance of winning if they fought here. Moreover, once they caused conflict between the hallowed halls and the fire spirit race, then the consequences weren't something that a guardian of the hallowed halls like him could bear. When he thought up to this point, Xian Ming spoke in a low voice. Chihua, even though that fellow, Yang Yi, is merely an Exalt Realm Profounder, his strength far surpasses the Exalt Realm. If you allow him to stay in your territory, then your fire spirit race will definitely suffer the consequences in the future. Fuck you! Chihua roared furiously and said, An Exalt Realm Profounder can threaten my fire spirit race? Is there something wrong with you in the head? It looks to me like you have ill intent towards my fire spirit race. It'll give you one last chance. Fuck off right now or it'll even incinerate your ashes into nothingness. Xian Ming felt suffocated, and he was almost angered to the point his internal organs exploded apart. You'll regret this. Xian Ming glanced coldly at them, and then he turned around and vanished with the other old man. After Xianming left, an old man by Chihua's side spoke in a low voice. Chihua, I think that it's best for us to send some of our forces to stand on guard. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know if those humans trespass into our territory. Chihua spoke coldly. The humans have been acting more and more arrogantly lately. Moreover, more and more humans have been sneaking into the lava here in order to obtain the fire crystals of our fire spirit race. Looks like we were too kind in the past. From today onward, there's no need to drive away any human who tries to steal our fire crystals. Just kill them. We should have done that from the beginning. The old man by Chihua's side spoke with agreement. At this moment, Yang Yi felt extremely dizzy, and his mind was extremely heavy as if it was filled with lead. Besides that, the skin on his body and face had started to drop off, causing him to seem as if he was made of blood. It was an extremely terrifying and hideous sight. If it was any other ordinary person, even if that person's body could persist, the mind wouldn't be able to. Because the blazing temperatures here were truly too terrifying. Now, he was merely relying on his willpower. His willpower allowed him to walk forward instinctively. Yes, he wasn't flying forward any longer, and he was just walking. Time passed before Yang Yi's body finally collapsed. Not long after had just collapsed, a woman suddenly walked over from afar through the lava. The woman was around the age of 20. She had slanted and sharp brows, apricot eyes, and skin that was white as jade. She wore fiery red leather armor that wrapped tightly around her fine figure, and it vividly displayed her curves, causing her to seem truly hot. Besides that, she was holding a pair of red iron hammers that really didn't match her figure. The hammers were like the size of an adult's head, yet they were held in her fine and delicate hands. It was simply quite a strange scene. The woman walked over to Yang Yi, and her brows raised when she saw the nether ghost flame that covered him. She said, "A natural treasure?" As she spoke, her gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and they instantly knit together slightly. The Exalt Realm? Just like that, she stood on the spot and gazed silently at Yang Yi for a short while. Hesitance flashed through her eyes for a long time before she finally said, "Never mind, you'll do." She waved her right hand as she spoke, and the nether ghost flame instantly transformed into a small ball of flames that flew into her grasp. It tried to resist in the beginning, but she somehow made it fall silent in next to no time. Even though she had taken the nether ghost flame, Yang Yi was still fine because the lava had actually flowed around Yang Yi for some unknown reason, and the space around him was completely devoid of lava. After she put the nether ghost flame away, her gaze descended onto Yang Yi's spatial ring, and she didn't hesitate to gesture with her right hand. The spatial ring instantly flew off Yang Yi's finger and fell onto her outstretched palm. She took a glance at it and frowned. "What a poor fellow! All he has is this lousy trash. Looks like he was a lucky bastard to even obtain that natural treasure." As she spoke, her gaze suddenly descended onto the ancient sheath in Yang Yi's left hand, and a wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes. She stretched out her hand and gestured, and it flew into her grasp. She sized it up for a moment, yet the surprise within her eyes didn't fade but grew stronger instead. She said, "It looks quite good, but why doesn't it have a sword?" "Forget it." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "All of these are mine now. I'll treat them as my dowry. I'll count to 3 now. If you don't object, then I'll consider it as your approval. 1, 2, 3. She revealed a smile. "All right, you don't object. I'll take it as you've agreed. Right, in Xiaoman, and you'll be my husband from now on." The woman carried Yang Yi with her as she vanished on the spot. An unknown amount of time passed before Yang Yi recovered consciousness, and he heard some voices. "Xiaoman, this is the man you found. Why is he only at the Exalt Realm? Moreover, he seems to be on the verge of death. It's obvious that his body isn't up to the task. Xiaoman, you have to be more careful when you look for a man, or the happiness you should enjoy for the rest of your life will cease to exist." "Exactly. Even though our fire spirit race lacks males, you can't ill-treat yourself. Look, his figure is so thin, and his strength is so weak. Not to mention giving you happiness, even giving Elder Chihua a grandchild might be a huge problem. Xiaoman, even though Big Sister's strength is inferior to you, even 10 of you can't compare to my ability in finding men. Not to mention the men I was with in the past, just look at my current man. Look at his body and appearance. TSK. Moreover, he's already a monarch realm expert at such a young age. He might even be able to rise into the top 10 of the hallowed rankings if he entered the hallowed halls. Bang! Yan Yi heard something heavy smashed against the ground, and then the voice of a woman resounded by his ears. Is your body getting itchy? Do you need me to fucking hammer it a little? As soon as these words were spoken, Yan Yi didn't hear another sound. Meanwhile, exhaustion assaulted his mind, and Yan Yi fell unconscious. A few days later, Yan Yi's mind finally became much clearer. Yan Yi slowly opened his eyes, and had just done so when a voice came from his side. You're awake. Yan Yi looked over towards the source of the voice and saw a woman seated by the side of his bed, and a pair of enormous red hammers were by her side. Obviously, Shed saved him. Yan Yi had just intended to stand up, but tearing pain instantly assaulted his entire body, causing him to be unable to help but gasp. Meanwhile, a pair of fair hands pressed down on his chest, and the woman frowned. Your injuries are very severe. Not only are your internal organs damaged, the vitality of the external area of your body was almost completely destroyed. It's best that you don't move for now, or even a saint won't be able to save you. Yan Yi hurriedly inspected his body when he heard her, and he noticed that it was just as Shed said. His internal organs were severely damaged, and his body seemed as if it had shed its skin. Just touching any part of his body felt like blades cutting through him. You came for fire crystals? Meanwhile, the woman spoke abruptly. Yan Yi was slightly stunned. Fire crystals? What's that? She glanced at him and noticed that he didn't seem to be feigning ignorance, so she said, Since you didn't come for fire crystals, then what were you doing in the territory of my fire spirit race? Fire spirit race? Yan Yi frowned and said, What sort of race is that? She stretched out her hand and tapped his forehead as she said, Could your brain have been damaged from the heat? Yan Yi was speechless. A short while passed before the woman explained, and Yan Yi finally understood where he was. Presently, he was over 100 kilometers beneath the surface. A race of beings lived underground here, and it was the fire spirit race. To put it simply, it was an underground world. As for the lava, it was a barrier that the fire spirit race used to stop other races from trespassing. The world of the fire spirit race resided behind the barrier, and it was actually not much different from the world outside. The woman suddenly said, Don't think too much about it. Just stay here from now on. I won't treat you badly. The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, Thank you for saving my life. I, Yi Yan, will definitely repay this kindness one day. As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment before he said, Miss, did you see my spirit treasure and an ancient sheath? After his mind fully cleared up, he noticed that the nether ghost flame, the ancient sheath, and his spatial ring were gone. He didn't mind the spatial ring because all his true treasures were within the primordial pagoda. The most important was the ancient sheath because he couldn't lose it. It was the same for the nether ghost flame because it had been with him for so long. Even though it wasn't very useful to him anymore, it was still something that Elder Mu had given him. Yi Yan? She nodded and said, All those 3 things are with me. Yan Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. However, the next words she said caused his relief to be completely undone. They're mine now. Yan Yi was stunned and asked, Why? She replied, Because I'm going to marry you, so I'm taking them as my dowry. Of course, I won't treat you unjustly. It'll make that old geezer prepare betrothal gifts, and it'll give you the best treasures I have. In short, you won't lose anything. Marry me? Dowry? Yan Yi's eyes opened wide, and he wasn't able to wrap his head around this. The woman nodded and said, Our fire spirit race has an abundance of women yet very few men. For the sake of preventing our extinction, our race decided to unite our race with other races. However, those other races have to marry into our fire spirit race. So, the women of our race frequently head up to the surface to capture men for ourselves. I was about to do the same, but I encountered you. So, you'll do just fine. Yang Yi was stunned for a short while before he laughed bitterly. Miss, I appreciate your kind intentions. Oh no. I mean, I have wives already. So. Suddenly, Yan Yi's voice stopped abruptly because the slightly quiet woman seated before him had suddenly flared up. She picked up one of her hammers and brought it just 3 centimeters away from Yang Yi, and the pressure from it caused the bed beneath him to instantly crack apart. So you intend to refuse me, right? Her voice was freezing cold. Chapter 696. You have no choice. She just spoke these words and left, leaving Yang Yi behind with an astounded expression on his face. A short while passed before Yang Yi shook his head. Even though her actions were quite strange, she didn't have any ill intent towards him. After all, she had saved him. However, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry because he was being forced to get married to her. Had never imagined that something like this would happen to him. As for the nether ghost flame and ancient sheath, he wasn't completely against giving the nether ghost flame to her, but he was determined to take the ancient sheath back from her. Of course, recuperating was more important to him right now. At this moment, there was quite a bit of violet profound energy within him, and he slowly urged them to flow through his meridians. The recuperative powers of the violet profound energy allowed his injuries to gradually recover. Based on this speed, it will take me 3 days at most to recover 50% of my strength. Only his strength was capable of making him feel safe while at an unknown place. So, the important matter at hand was to recover his strength and find a chance to leave the fire spirit race's territory. Even though he was saved by them, it was still part of the hallowed grounds. So, the situation would turn very bad if they found out about his true identity. The woman had frequently visited while he recuperated, and she gave him all sorts of healing treasures. Moreover, he gained a huge amount of information about the fire spirit race from his conversations with her. Her name was Xiaoman, and she was the granddaughter of an elder of the fire spirit race. Their race had very few males, and it could be considered to be at a ratio of 3 to 7. So, the fire spirit race had no choice but to make its women marry other races in order to protect their race from extinction. Of course, it didn't mean that the fire spirit race intended for their women to be married off. They wanted men of the other races to marry into their race instead. The status of these men was quite low, because, to a certain extent, they were only reproductive tools for the fire spirit race. Moreover, when a man from the outside joined the fire spirit race, that man couldn't leave the fire spirit race's territory without his wife's permission. As for those who intend to flee, such incidents had occurred in the past. But it wasn't long before at least 5 half-saints would pursue such a person. The warning in Xiaoman's tone was very obvious when she told Yang Yi about this. In the room, Yang Yi recuperated as he asked Xiaoman, "Why did you choose me?" Xiaoman withdrew a translucent spirit fruit and walked over to Yang Yi, and then she placed it before his mouth. Yang Yi had no choice but to eat it because she would force it down his throat if he refused. Xiaoman nodded with satisfaction when she saw him eating obediently, and she said, "Once women of the fire spirit race turn 18, it's time for them to get married. But I..." When she spoke up to this point, she glanced at him and said, "I heard that you humans like gentle women, right?" Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment and said, "That's not necessarily the case. In any case, there's no need for you to change yourself for someone else. Just be who you want to be." Slap! Xiaoman suddenly patted him on the shoulder, while a slight smile appeared on her face. "Even though your strength is quite weak, I think you're really not bad. Just stay here and marry me. Don't worry, even if you're weak, no one will dare to bully you while I'm here." Yang Yi was speechless. Xiaoman continued, "As for why I chose you, I don't know. In any case, I encountered you and felt that you weren't unpleasant to the eye. So I chose you." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Xiaoman, forcefully uniting two people will never bring happiness to anyone. Only if you love someone and be together with that person would you find true happiness. Understand? Shed saved his life, and he intended to repay that debt, but had never thought of giving himself to her. Love? Xiaoman frowned and said, What's that? Can I eat it? Yan Yi was at a loss for words. She patted him on the shoulder and said, In our race, women just have to take a liking to a man and drag him back here. Now I think you're not bad. So, let's make do for now. Otherwise, that old geezer will definitely force me to find someone. As for everything else, just forget about it. In any case, it's pointless. After all, it's your fault for being so weak. I can smack you to the ground with a single strike. Yan Yi didn't know how to respond to her. Xiaoman paid no attention to his reaction. She pinched his body, and then a wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes as she said, It's surprising that such a weak body actually possesses such a formidable recuperative power. I'd thought that it would take another 15 days before you would be able to move freely. But it seems like you should be able to accomplish that in a day from now. All right, we'll be able to get married even earlier. Yan Yi watched helplessly as she carried her iron hammers and walked out of the room. He continued recuperating, but it wasn't long before he suddenly opened his eyes again. A woman walked into the room at the exact same moment. If Xiaoman was like a young green apple, then she was like a completely ripe peach. Her delicate body wasn't slim but curvaceous, extremely curvaceous. Her dressing was quite revealing as she was only wearing a very short leather top, and it merely covered the important parts on her chest. As for the other parts of her upper body, it was completely exposed. Coupled with the pair of watermelons she had, it seemed like they would explode out from the leather top at any moment. The woman's lower body was extremely exposed as well. She was merely wearing a sheer and transparent skirt. Beneath the skirt was a clearly visible piece of red cloth. The cloth was very small and short. Most importantly, it was quite transparent as well. So, if one looked carefully at that spot, one would be able to lay eyes upon a completely different scene. After she walked in, her gaze had instantly descended onto Yan Yi, and then she revealed an alluring smile before walking slowly towards him. The watermelons on her chest instantly started shaking as she started walking, and it was like they would break free of her leather top's restraints at any moment. As she walked slowly, her eyes glowed brilliantly while she revealed natural allure. Coupled with her mature and curvaceous body, it was sufficient to make any man go mad. However, Yan Yi merely took a glance at her before he withdrew his gaze. He possessed the enlightened sword heart, so he wouldn't be affected by any allure or charm if he didn't want to. A wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes when she noticed that she hadn't been able to charm him, but it wasn't long before the allure on her face grew even greater. She walked over to Yan Yi and sat where Xiaoman sat earlier. It was impossible to tell if she'd done it on purpose, but her legs were spread slightly apart, and Yan Yi would be able to lay eyes upon the scene between them if he raised his eyes and looked. Ha ha! The woman suddenly laughed coquettishly and said, Young brother, you looked quite bad a few days ago. I never expected that your appearance would actually be not bad once you recovered. But I wonder how you are in that other aspect. Oh my, how embarrassing! Yan Yi's brows knit together because he felt a strange energy envelop him, and it actually caused him to feel quite restless. He realized that she was executing a technique of seduction. If it were in the past, he would have swung his sword a long time ago. However, he couldn't right now, because she was a monarch realm expert. As Xiaoman said, she could smack him to the ground with a single strike. The surprise in her eyes grew greater when she noticed that Yan Yi's eyes were still closed. She suddenly moved closer to him, and it caused a wave of fragrance to assault him. There's something wrong with this fragrance. Because the restlessness that had forcefully suppressed had instantly appeared again. Yan Yi suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at her, and she was slightly stunned because she didn't see any lust in Yan Yi's eyes. His eyes were completely clear. The woman was stunned for a moment before she revealed a charming smile and said, Young brother, you truly surprised big sister. As she spoke, she moved even closer to Yang Yi, and only less than a centimeter was left between them. Both of them could clearly sense each other's breathing. She gazed at him and spoke in a charming voice. Xiao Man is a virgin without any experience. Such a woman can't make you happy. She isn't like me. I've experienced countless battles, so I guarantee that you'll never have to leave your bed again if I'm by your side. Don't you want to experience that? Suddenly Yang Yi's right hand formed a claw that grabbed at her neck, but it wasn't long before a fair hand grabbed his hand. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. His strength was only at 30% of what it was now, and both his internal and external injuries hadn't healed completely. So he wasn't a match for a monarch realm expert at all. Of course, he could choose to have that experience with her. But Yang Yi firmly believed that if he did make such a choice, then he would definitely die before he even realized it. After all, a beautiful woman was coming on to him for no reason. Yang Yi was no fool. He was very clearly aware that she was definitely here with an agenda. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to charm him since she entered the room. Even though Shed grabbed his hand, a wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes again. Because Yang Yi's speed and strength was quite surprising her. After all, it was absolutely not something that an Exalt Realm Profounder could possess. Moreover, Yang Yi was still heavily injured right now. She glanced at Yang Yi, and then cracked a smile as she said, "Looks like I underestimated you a little. I presume you're not an ordinary person on the surface. But that's even better. Big Sister loves those people with extraordinary natural talent and strength. I hope you don't disappoint me in that aspect." Hee hee. As she spoke, her other hand pressed down upon his chest, and then it continued down before finally arriving between his legs. Author's note: I'm a pure guy. Chapter 697. Yang Yi wasn't a man with no desire, so he naturally reacted. But while his body reacted, his consciousness remained completely clear. The woman's smile and allure grew even greater when she noticed Yang Yi's reaction. However, while Yang Yi's heart remained tranquil, his expression had changed slightly. Meanwhile, the woman's face started blushing a little. She seemed like a blooming peach blossom. Moreover, her eyes were even filled with the glow of desire. The atmosphere here became quite unusual. Her hands moved faster and faster, and their breathing grew heavier and heavier. Fu Jingxian! You're courting death! Right at this moment, a furious shout suddenly resounded from outside, and then an enormous red hammer tore through the air and instantly arrived behind the woman. Her expression changed slightly, and the allure in her eyes instantly transformed into icy coldness. At the same time, her hand stopped moving. She turned around and stretched out her fair hand, and a pink silk ribbon shot forward like a bolt of lightning and collided with the hammer. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded, and then both the ribbon and the hammer were blasted backward. In next to no time, Xiao Man arrived within the room. The woman glanced at Xiao Man, and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. But it wasn't long before she cracked a smile and said, "So it's Xiao Man. Big Sister has no ill intent. I just wanted to see how long this man of yours is able to last." Hee hee. It isn't bad. He was actually able to persist for so long. He's much better than those other men of mine. Xiao Man, you're really quite blessed. Xiao Man tightened her grip on her hammers while killing intent surged through her eyes. On the other hand, the woman revealed vigilance in her eyes while her profound energy circulated within her. The atmosphere was quite tense. A short moment passed before Xiao Man suddenly took a deep breath, and she said, "Fu Jingxian, he's mine. You're not allowed to target him, or he'll definitely smash your head apart." Fu Jingxian laughed coldly and said, "Don't blame me if you can't keep him protected." Fu Jin Xian. Xiao Man stared fixedly at her and said, "I'll smash those melons of yours into pieces if you dare to say another fucking word." At this moment, Xiao Man's entire body surged with fiery red flames, and the hammers in her hands were even spinning swiftly. The corners of Fu Jingxian's mouth moved a little when she saw Xiao Man on the verge of going berserk, but she didn't dare say anything in the end. She just glanced coldly at Xiaoman, and then she took a glance at Yan Yi before turning around and leaving. Xiaoman finally calmed down a short while after Fu Jingxian left, and then she gazed at Yan Yi, who was still on the bed. "You know, you would be dead if I arrived a little later." "Why?" Yan Yi's voice was very calm. She replied, "She loves to wait until a man is at his happiest moment, and then—" When she spoke up to this point, she made a cutting motion with her hand and said, "And cut it off." Yan Yi couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Because if she really did that in his current state, then he wouldn't be able to resist at all. Yan Yi calmed himself before he asked, "There's no enmity between us, so why did she target me?" This was what puzzled him the most. Because it was the first time that had met her, and there was no enmity between them at all. However, she actually wanted to end his line. Xiaoman pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "She does that to every human man." Yan Yi didn't want to inquire further, and he immediately said, "It'll kill her." He didn't know why she hated humans, and he didn't want to know as well. All he knew was that Shed almost made him a eunuch. Xiaoman suddenly said, "She's my cousin's sister." Yan Yi was stunned, but it wasn't long before he said, "It'll still kill her." Xiaoman glanced at him before she said, "She's a pitiable person. She once went up to the surface with her husband and son to sightsee, but they encountered members of the human race. Those fellows killed her husband and son before her, and then humiliated her. Since that day, she has been living solely for the sake of revenge, and she killed every human she met since then. In the end, my grandfather was afraid that she would encounter an expert from the human race, so he forbade her from leaving our territory." Yan Yi fell silent. Xiaoman waved her hammers and said, "She's at the 5th rank of the monarch realm, and so am I. However, she can't defeat me, and I don't want to fight her. Because she was very good to me in the past. Most importantly, you can't defeat her at all, and going to seek revenge is no different than giving your life away. So, just let it go, alright? In any case, you didn't lose anything, and I won't make a fuss about it." Yan Yi was very speechless. He could be said to be completely defeated by her strange thought process. "I'll take your silence as your agreement," said Xiaoman. Yan Yi fell silent for a while before he said, "What if she intends to act against me again?" Xiaoman patted him on the shoulder and spoke while putting on a heroic air. "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Yan Yi was speechless. Xiaoman continued, "However, you're still too weak, and I can't be by your side at all times to protect you. So, I've decided to provide you with guidance once you've recovered, and then I'll ask grandfather for a few thousand fire crystals to help you attain the monarch realm. Once you attain the monarch realm, then it wouldn't be that easy for Fu Jingxian to kill you." Yan Yi glanced at her when he heard this, and he said, "Miss Xiaoman, no matter what, I'll remember this kindness. If you say that I shouldn't kill Fu Jingxian, then I won't." Xiaoman suddenly walked over to him and slapped his shoulder forcefully. "What are you talking about? You'll be my man in the future. If I don't be nice to my own man, then should I be nice to other men? Moreover, as you humans say, that's like treating me like an outsider. I don't like it when you do that. So, don't say such things to me in the future or I'll hammer you." Yan Yi laughed bitterly while he said to himself, "You'll probably really hammer me if you found out about my true identity." After all, while there was no enmity between him and the fire spirit race, the fire spirit race was allied with his enemy, the hallowed halls. So, if he were to enter into battle with the experts of the hallowed halls, then the fire spirit race would probably help the hallowed halls. He felt that it was a problem, because he didn't want to do anything which would hurt Xiaoman. Meanwhile, Xiaoman suddenly started to remove Yan Yi's clothes. Yan Yi was stunned, and then he spoke with shock. "What are you doing? You intend to complete the wedding night ceremony now? You can't be serious, right?" Xiaoman removed his clothes as she said, "You should be able to walk now. So, well, get married tonight. Now let me help you change. Don't be shy. I won't take advantage of you until we're married." Yan Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 698. It wasn't long before Yang Yi was stripped down to his last piece of clothing, which covered his privates. Fortunately, Xiaoman didn't intend to pull that off as well, and it allowed him to heave a huge sigh of relief. It was the first time he had been treated like this by a woman. A large red robe was placed over him, and then he left the room under Xiaoman's lead. Even though the fire spirit race lived beneath the ground, the air here was extremely clear, and it wasn't inferior to the surface at all. Moreover, the underground wasn't completely dark as had imagined. For some unknown reason, it was extremely bright even if there was no sun here. It was like a form of daylight beneath the ground. The fire spirit race had a patriarch, and beneath the patriarch was its 10 elders. But the patriarch was cultivating behind closed doors all year long, so the elders managed the affairs of their race. Xiaoman's grandfather was one of the 10 elders, so her status in the race was extremely high. "Hey, isn't that Xiaoman?" Yan Yi and Xiaoman had just left the room when a beautiful and curvaceous woman had her arms wrapped around a man's arm as she walked over slowly. Yan Yi sized her up. She was quite attractive, and she could be considered a beauty. However, the smile on her face made him feel quite uncomfortable because it was too forced and fake. The man by her side was extremely handsome. He wore a white robe while a sword hung on his waist, and he walked slowly in a composed and extremely elegant manner. Of course, the most important aspect was that they were both at the monarch realm. Yang Yi suffered quite a blow to his confidence when he arrived at the hallowed grounds, because young monarch realm experts could simply be seen everywhere. However, it wasn't hard for him to understand because he noticed that the abundance of spirit energy here was countless times greater than the continent. If the geniuses of the continent were to be able to come here, then any one of them would definitely be able to attain the monarch realm around the age of 20. Xiaoman glanced at the man before she said, "Qian Mei, you changed to another man again. I remember that you just got a new one a few days ago, right?" The woman called Qian Mei chuckled and said, "Men are like clothes. They have to be changed when they aren't comfortable anymore. Even if they are, they still have to be changed after some time passes." Yan Yi couldn't help but give her a thumbs up in his heart when he heard this, because he felt that the women of the fire spirit race were truly formidable. On the other hand, Yan Yi was quite surprised because the man by her side actually didn't reveal any aversion to what she said. Meanwhile, her gaze suddenly descended onto Yan Yi. She sized him up carefully before she shook her head and said, "Xiaoman, this man of yours is nothing great. He doesn't have a good figure, a good appearance, or strength. It's quite a sad and disgraceful sight to take him out with you. It's fine if you just want to have some fun, but you actually intend to get married with him. Xiaoman, I have to say that your mind is getting more and more abnormal." Bang! Bang! Xiaoman smashed her hammers against the ground and said, "Qian Mei, was the last beating not enough?" Qian Mei's face instantly turned cold, and she said, "Xiaoman, your grandfather is an elder, and my grandfather is one as well. Do you think that I would be afraid of you?" Xiaoman replied, "Then why don't you give it a try?" Qian Mei was infuriated to the point her face was livid. Because besides the patriarch's daughter, no one in the younger generation of the fire spirit race was stronger than Xiaoman. She had fought Xiaoman on numerous occasions, but she was beaten up every single time. She forcefully restrained the rage in her heart and laughed coldly. "Xiaoman, go on and be arrogant. Let me see how you'll continue being so arrogant once your grandfather perishes." Bang! The red hammer in Xiaoman's hand flew out of her grasp, and it transformed into a ray of red light that smashed towards Qian Mei. Swish! Meanwhile, a ray of sword chi flashed before an explosion resounded, and then Xiaoman's hammer was instantly blasted back towards her. 10th level sword intent! A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he gazed at the man by Qian Mei's side. Because besides Swadang Foam, this man's sword intent was the strongest head encountered. Xiaoman's gaze descended onto the man and said, 10th level sword intent. Her voice carried a trace of solemnness. Ha! Qian Mei started laughing as she said, "Xiaoman, you never expected that, right? My Bai Qin is a genius in the sword Dao, a true genius in the sword Dao. He attained the monarch realm at the age of 20 and even possesses 10th level sword intent. Besides that fellow, Swedang Feng, who Yang Yi killed, my Bai Qin is the greatest genius in the sword Dao within the hallowed halls. The man grinned and said, I intended to challenge Swedang Feng. Unfortunately, he actually died at the hands of a sword cultivator from that abandoned world. What a humiliation! A dignified expert on the hallowed rankings actually died at the hands of a sword cultivation on profounder continent. But it's fine because it'll wash away this shame that the sword cultivators of the hallowed grounds suffer. Yang Yi, who was standing silently at the side until now, was stunned when he heard them, and then he couldn't help but ask, All of you know Yang Yi? Qian Mei and Bai Qin glanced at Yang Yi, and they revealed a wisp of disdain yet didn't answer him. Why do all of you always have to act like this? Yang Yi was quite speechless when it came to how they acted. All of them were extremely proud and arrogant. He felt that the members of the fire spirit race were just like the hallowed halls. All of them were haughty and arrogant. The man glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, A person, especially one who is weak, should keep a low profile. You should know your limits, or you might lose your head at any moment. Qian Mei said, Bai Qin, there's no need to waste your breath on that trash. As she spoke, she glanced at Xiaoman and continued, Xiaoman, go on and be arrogant for the next few days. Once your grandfather is dead and you lose your backing, let's see how you survive then. Do you want me to kill you right now? Xiaoman's hammer started spinning in her grasp. Yang Yi knew that she was on the verge of going berserk. Qian Mei laughed coldly, and then she wrapped her arms around the man's arm and left. Besides the patriarch's daughter, no one else amongst the fire spirit race's younger generation dared to offend Xiaoman before her grandfather fell. Because Xiaoman was one who disregarded everything when she flared up. Yang Yi asked after they left, There's enmity between the two of you? Xiaoman remained silent for a short while before she said, My grandfather doesn't have a good temper, and I don't as well. During the competitions amongst our race, their grandfathers were always beaten up by my grandfather, and they were always beaten up by me. So, many people carry resentment towards me and my grandfather. It's really not my fault. They should blame themselves and their grandfathers for being too weak, right? Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, Actually, what you said makes sense as well. He wasn't trying to flatter her, and he really felt that what she said made sense. But it felt quite strange to him. Xiaoman smiled and said, I'm liking you more and more. Come, let's get married. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. While they were on the way, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he asked, Your fire spirit race is aware of Yang Yi as well? He was quite curious because they'd spoken his name just now. Suddenly, a hammer arrived right before Yang Yi's nose, and then it moved away before Xiaoman's face appeared right beside his own. She spoke seriously. In the future, it's our fire spirit race. Understand? Yang Yi was utterly speechless. Xiaoman grabbed his arm and continued forward, and then he said, How can anyone in the hallowed grounds be unaware of that demon, Yang Yi? Numerous experts on the hallowed rankings perished at his hands, so it's impossible for him to not be infamous. Humph! In my opinion, it's those fellows who were too weak. If I were in their place, I would have hammered him into a sheet of meat by now. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched as he said, Why? Because I would be indirectly slapping the hallowed hall's face. Xiaoman explained. After all, I killed someone that the hallowed halls couldn't kill. So doesn't that mean that the hallowed halls is inferior to my fire spirit race? Right, that fellow, Yang Yi, is probably not ordinary at all. You have to work hard in the future. Once you attain the monarch realm, then even 10 Yang Yes wouldn't be a match for our joint forces. I agree that even 10 Yang Yes wouldn't be our match. Yang Yi agreed. Xiaoman nodded, and then she glanced at Yang Yi and said, You're too weak right now, but your foundation isn't bad at all. They'll go steal some 1,000-year-old fire crystals from the old geezer once you get better. At that time, you should be able to advance into the monarch realm. Steal? Of course. The old geezer doesn't have a good impression of humans at all after what happened to my cousin's sister. If I said that it was for a human, then he would rather take his wealth to his grave than give them to you," said Xiaoman. "Does you fire spirit race have no males?" asked Yang Yi. "It does." "Then why did you choose me?" Yang Yi was very puzzled by this. Even though she seemed to be quite carefree and unrestrained, she was absolutely not mad. So it was really weird for her to have grabbed him with the intention of marrying him. He refused to believe that Shed grabbed him and intended to marry him just because Shed encountered him by chance. Xiaoman stopped moving. She remained silent for a short while and hesitated for quite some time before she said, "It's the first time I'm doing something like this as well. In short, I'll tell you everything once we're married. Don't ask about it for now. Otherwise, you should be aware of how bad my temper is, and I might instinctively swing my hammer towards you if tried to press me for an answer." Yang Yi was at an utter loss for words. He really had nothing to say to her anymore. Because she actually said she would hit him instinctively. She was truly beyond anything had ever seen. It wasn't long before they arrived in front of a pavilion. Xiaoman walked over to the entrance and spoke loudly. "Old geezer, you said that you wouldn't see me again if I didn't find a man to get married to. I've found one now, and I've even brought a treasure for you. You might not have to die anymore, so quickly open up." At this moment, Yang Yi finally had a slight understanding of why Xiaoman wanted to marry him. He wasn't sure of the real reason, but he knew that it was definitely related to the old man in the pavilion. Chapter 699. An old man with fiery red hair appeared before them. Yang Yi's heart shook. A half-saint. The old man before him was a half-saint, and the danger he sensed from the old man was even stronger than Xian Ming. The old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and his gaze was like an arrow that seemed to intend to pierce through Yang Yi. Fortunately, Yang Yi's will was extremely strong, and he possessed Toon-level heaven-rank sword intent. So, the pressure the old man exerted upon him was merely able to make him feel slightly uncomfortable before quickly recovering his composure. "A human?" The old man frowned. Yang Yi instantly felt the pressure grow slightly stronger. Meanwhile, Xiaoman stepped in front of Yang Yi and said, "Old geezer, it's great that I even brought a man back. Even am not being picky, so why are you? Moreover, I feel that he's pleasing to the eye, so I've decided to choose him." The old man took another glance at Yang Yi and said, "He's too weak. I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to protect himself here." "It's fine so long as his foundation isn't weak," said Xiaoman. The old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi again, and Yang Yi's heart shook once more because it would be bad if the old man saw through his strength. After all, Toon-level heaven-rank sword intent was extremely rare. Fortunately, the old man withdrew his gaze quickly. In other words, he hadn't seen through Yang Yi's true strength. This allowed Yang Yi to heave a sigh of relief. The old man said, "He isn't a piece of trash since he's able to stay so calm and composed before me. Since you've made up your mind, then hell do. The marriage has to be completed before I meet my end, or I won't be able to die in peace." As he spoke, the old man stretched out his hand and grabbed. A member of the fire spirit race who was over 1 kilometer away appeared before him, and he said, "Notify everyone that the granddaughter of I, Tongfen, is about to marry a man." In next to no time, the news of Xiaoman's marriage had spread throughout the fire spirit race. "What? That tigress is going to marry someone? My God! Who's that unlucky to actually get married to her? He's finished. Only darkness awaits him. He really is finished. That tigress and her grandfather have offended countless people amongst our race. Once he passes and that tigress loses her backing, I wonder how many would step forward to take revenge on her. But what if she gets pregnant? After all, it's a severe crime to attack a pregnant woman. Even if she's pregnant, can that guy get pregnant as well? So he's dead. Not only is he dead, she'll have a terrible life as well. Let's stop talking and head over quickly. We'll miss that tigress marriage if we're late." Heavenly Fire Pavilion. heavenly fire pavilion belonged to Xiaoman's grandfather, Tongfun. At this moment, it was covered in the symbol for double happiness and red silk ribbons. It was covered in an aura of celebration. People were ceaselessly entering the hall, and some even brought gifts, but many came empty-handed. After all, he was a half-saint who was on the verge of death, and he was also one who made enemies of everyone. So, many didn't want to attend it. However, Tongfun was still alive in the end. If they didn't attend, then it represented that they refused to give him face at all. Besides a few people, no one else dared to act in that way. Because a dying half-saint was still a half-saint, and he wasn't someone who they could rival. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't have the strength to resist at all. It didn't matter if it was Xiaoman's grandfather or Xiaoman, he wasn't able to resist any one of them right now. Even if he fled now, he would absolutely be unable to escape the fire spirit race's territory. Moreover, his injuries hadn't been fully healed, and he didn't have the nether ghost flame with him anymore, so entering the lava in such a state was no different than courting death. Moreover, the ancient sheath was still in Xiaoman's possession. If he didn't have the ancient sheath, then how would he take the sword precursor upon returning to the surface? There was another thing that truly puzzled Yang Yi. The ancient sheath had a will of its own, and it could have automatically returned to his side. However, the sword spirit didn't do that, and that truly made him feel puzzled. In short, he had no other choice right now. Xiaoman and Yang Yi stood at the center of the hall, and Tongfun, who sat on an ancient wooden armchair, was right in front of them. Xiaoman had changed into a bright red ceremonial robe with a phoenix coronet. But her dressing wasn't able to conceal the heroic and mighty bearing she possessed. Yang Yi, who stood by her side, wore a red robe, and it made him seem much better looking than before. Of course, the main reason was Yang Yi's bearing. Yang Yi couldn't be said to be handsome, but he was absolutely not ugly. As his ramrod straight figure stood by Xiaoman's side, he was like a sharp sword that had hidden its blade. Even though he didn't emanate an oppressive and arrogant aura, he had an indescribably unique bearing. This made the gazes of many women of the fire spirit race to descend upon him from time to time. More and more people were arriving in the hall, and it wasn't long before Yang Yi saw 3 familiar faces. One of them was Fu Jingxian, who wanted to make him a eunuch. Fu Jingxian changed into a different set of clothes, but it wasn't inferior to her previous clothes in terms of being revealing and sexy. This made the gazes of many men from both the human race and fire spirit race to descend upon her repeatedly. She seemed to have noticed Yang Yi's gaze and shot an alluring smile at him. Moreover, she even stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, and the lusty expression on her face caused the desires of many men to be aroused. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at the other 2 people. It was naturally Qian Mei and that man who possessed 10th level sword intent. Both of them didn't look at Yang Yi. Their gazes had descended onto Xiaoman, and there were cold smiles on the corners of their mouths. There were 2 other pairs of men and women who had their gazes on Xiaoman right now, and besides ridicule, there was also coldness in their eyes. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and glanced at Xiaoman before he sighed softly in his heart. It's completely normal for her to have so many enemies with that temper of hers. Yang Yi decided in his heart that he would definitely help her once he was fully recovered. Because the conversation between Xiaoman and her grandfather had allowed him to realize that Xiaoman's grandfather seemed to have suffered some sort of injury, and that was the reason why he was on the verge of death. Once her grandfather fell, then Xiaoman would fall into a very bad situation. The Grand Elder has arrived! The 2nd Elder has arrived! The 4th Elder has arrived! Right at this moment, announcements resounded abruptly. As soon as the voice finished resounded, 3 old men walked into the hall. 3 half-saints. Yang Yi's heart sank. At this moment, he finally realized why the members of the hallowed halls were so haughty when they arrived at Profounder Continent. Not to mention any other power, just the number of half-saints from the hallowed halls and fire spirit race was a few times greater than the number of half-saints on Profounder Continent. So how many would there be if all the other races here were included? The Profounder Continent was truly too weak when compared to the hallowed grounds. Elders! Everyone within the hall bowed respectfully to those elders. Today is Xiaoman's wedding day, so there's no need for such formalities. Just be at ease. The Grand Elder who led the group waved his hands, and then he walked over to Tongfen while accompanied by the other two elders. The Grand Elder glanced at Tongfen, and he couldn't help but sigh. He didn't say anything else and just sat on Tongfen's left. Meanwhile, the two ND elders suddenly gazed at Yan Yi and said, "You're the one who spoke insolently to my granddaughter?" Yan Yi was stunned, but it wasn't long before he came to an understanding. He realized that the old fellow's granddaughter was Qian Mei. Yan Yi recalled the conversation with Qian Mei earlier, and then he shook his head and said, "I didn't." He really hadn't, because Head merely asked a single question. "You still intend to argue?" The two ND elders spoke angrily. "My granddaughter said that you spoke insolently to her, so you definitely have." Yang Yi glanced at him and said, "I understand now. You're trying to look for trouble with me. Come on, you're a half-saint at any rate. If you want to act against Xiaoman's grandfather, then just target him directly. He's right in front of you. Isn't it an embarrassment for a half-saint to look for trouble with an Exalt Realm Profounder like me?" Everyone here was stunned. Isn't he a little too gutsy? Even though they knew that the two ND elder was using this opportunity to create trouble, they felt that it couldn't be exposed so bluntly. After all, wasn't that no different than slapping the face of a half-saint? He's courting death. What an idiot! Such a brainless fool. All the others here had all sorts of views towards Yang Yi. Because Xiaoman's grandfather would definitely step forward and help him if he kept quiet, and that was what the two ND elder wanted. But now, had drawn the rage of a half-saint onto himself. All of them felt that he was courting death. The Grand Elder glanced at Yan Yi as he thought to himself, he's either extraordinarily brave or a complete fool. Tongfen glanced at Yan Yi while a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. The two ND elder was stunned for a moment because he hadn't expected that an ant at the Exalt realm would actually dare to insult him in public. As soon as he recovered from his shock, a wisp of gloominess flashed through his eyes as he said, "No matter what your identity in the human race was before this, you have to abide by the rules of my fire spirit race since you've come here. It doesn't matter if you don't know the rules because I can teach them to you right now." As he spoke, a formidable pressure surged out from his body and pressed down upon Yang Yi like a mountain. The floor beneath Yang Yi's feet instantly cracked apart when the pressure descended. But right when it was about to touch Yang Yi, another pressure had suddenly appeared and collided with it. A moment of silence ensued after their collision, and then they vanished on the spot as if they never appeared here. "Xian Yan, that human is right. Just come at me if you have a problem. Even if you don't think it's embarrassing for a half-saint like you to act against a human at the Exalt realm, I still feel embarrassed for you." Tongfen spoke indifferently. "Ha!" Qian Yan chuckled lightly and said, "To ND Elder. Oh right, you're the 3RD Elder now. What are you saying, 3RD Elder? How could I possibly act against you? I merely felt that your granddaughter's fiancé doesn't know the rules of our race, so I intended to teach them to him. It's fine if you're unwilling to let me do that. However, people who don't abide by the rules usually die prematurely. What if he's killed by accident one day? Xiaoman would have to become a widow. You old bastard." Meanwhile, Xiaoman had remained silent until now spoke abruptly. "Aren't you just acting so brazenly because you think my grandfather is about to die? Let me tell you that my grandfather's fire poison can be eliminated." Xiaoman flipped her palm as she spoke, and then a thumb-sized ball of flames appeared on her palm. A natural treasure. Countless people cried out involuntarily when they saw it. Chapter 700. The Fire Spirit Race Worship Fire. Of course, they didn't just worship ordinary flames, they worshipped flames that were natural treasures or came from outer space. The Fire Spirit Race had flames that were natural treasures too, and they had quite a few as well. However, such flames were extremely precious to them because every single flame that was a natural treasure could create a half-saint for them. So, they were naturally shocked when they saw one now. because it represented that the fire spirit race could have another half-saint. One extra half-saint represented that the fire spirit race would have one extra expert to protect their race during the upcoming battle with the defiant Profounders. When they saw the ball of flames in her hand, a wisp of greed hadn't just flashed through the two ND Elders' eyes. Even the Grand Elder and the 4th Elder who'd been silent until now were the same. After all, while it could create another half-saint, it was also sufficient to improve the strength of a half-saint by 20% to 30%. On the other hand, the men and women of the fire spirit race revealed even more unsightly appearances. The greedy in their eyes weren't concealed in the slightest, and they would have probably charged forward and tried to seize it if those half-saints weren't here. How did you get that? The 2 ND Elder stretched out his hand and grabbed while he spoke. He was just about to grab the nether ghost flame when another hand grabbed the nether ghost flame before him. The 2 ND Elder's expression changed, and he swiftly turned his head and glared angrily at Tongfen who'd taken the nether ghost flame. What are you doing? Tongfen laughed coldly and said, Qian Yen, you're really getting more and more shameless as you age. It belongs to my granddaughter, yet you actually intended to seize it from her. You're really beyond shameless. You! Qian Yen was furious, and the profound energy within him surged. He seemed as if he intended to attack Tongfen. Stop! Meanwhile, the Grand Elder spoke out. Qian Yen grunted coldly when he heard the Grand Elder, and the profound energy within him fell silent. However, his gaze was still fixed on the nether ghost flame which rested on Tongfen's palm. The Grand Elder gazed at Xiaoman and said, Xiaoman, where did you get it? Qian Yen, Tongfen, and the 4th Elder gazed at Xiaoman because even they were extremely curious after they saw her suddenly produce a natural treasure. Xiaoman gazed at Yang Yi and said, It's the dowry that he gave me. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Did I give it to you? You took advantage of me when I was injured, all right? But he didn't say anything because he owed her his life. So not to mention the nether ghost flame, he would even give her 10 if she wanted it. The gazes of everyone here descended onto Yang Yi. Him? Qian Mei suddenly said. How could that be possible? He's just an ant at the Exalt realm. How could he possibly possess a natural treasure? Humph. Xiaoman, there's no need to create such a lie just to improve your husband's status in our fire spirit race, right? Xiaoman, this matter carries great implications. Tell us the truth. The Grand Elder frowned, and his voice was slightly heavy. Because it was utterly impossible for an Exalt realm profounder to subdue a flame which was a natural treasure. It was even difficult for a monarch realm expert. So, even he felt that Xiaoman was lying. Xiaoman said, It's your choice if you want to believe me or not. In any case, it has nothing to do with all of you. Old geezer, the fire poison within you can be eliminated with that, right? Tongfen shook his head and said, Little girl, I was wondering what treasure you obtained, so it was this natural treasure. Since it's a natural treasure, then why did you reveal it in public? Don't you know that some people are shameless to the point of completely disregarding their honor? They'll try to take it from you if you reveal it. The expressions of the Grand Elder and the others became slightly unsightly while Qian Yan's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Because even an idiot would know that Tongfen was talking about him. Xiaoman thought for a while, and then she gazed at Qian Yan and said, Elder Qian, it belongs to my grandfather. You wouldn't really be shameless to the point of trying to seize it from him, right? Pfft. Yang Yi couldn't help but start laughing when he heard her. Needless to say, her words were truly amusing. Qian Yan's face had instantly blushed red and darkened when he heard Xiaoman, and the rage within his heart seemed to have found a place to be vented when he heard that Yang Yi had actually started laughing. He roared furiously at Yang Yi. You lowly human! I'll slap you into mush! Yang Yi was instantly infuriated, and he said, Are you really at the half-saint realm and not the mortal realm? If you are a half-saint, then could it be that you only know how to bully the weak? Qian Yan's face twitched, but he didn't attack in the end. Because he would really be bullying the weak if he did. Moreover, Tongfen was right beside him, so it was probably pointless as well. He immediately grunted coldly and said, "Little bastard. Why would I need to do that to deal with you? Just my granddaughter is enough." Meanwhile, Qian Mei spoke coldly. "Exactly. Why would my grandfather need to act against a tiny human ant at the Exalt realm?" "More than enough," Yang Yi said. "As expected, like grandfather, like granddaughter. You're at the Monarch realm while I'm at the Exalt realm. Of course you're more than enough. You can't blame anyone for your own weakness." Qian Mei spoke coldly. "Then what about me?" Xiaoman spoke abruptly. "Our cultivations are at around the same level. Why don't we exchange a few blows?" Qian Mei's face twitched, and it was beyond unsightly. Even though her cultivation was similar to Xiaoman, her strength was much weaker. So, her intention to agree had almost left her mouth, yet she forcefully swallowed her words every single time. "Why don't?" Meanwhile, the man who stood by Qian Mei's side suddenly stepped forward, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Why don't I exchange a few blows with this brother? Of course, my strength is greater, so for fairness' sake, you only have to resist 3 swings of my sword. It's my loss if you can accomplish that, all right?" When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly smiled indifferently and said, "Of course, out of consideration for your cultivation, I'll only utilize 30% of my strength, all right?" "It's Bai Chen!" someone exclaimed. "I heard of his reputation on the surface. I heard that he's the most monstrous genius in the Sword Dao within the hallowed halls after his Wadang Foam. I never expected that he would have come to our fire spirit race and even became Qian Mei's partner. Don't they say that sword cultivators are extremely proud? Why would he marry into our fire spirit race? Sword cultivators aren't eunuchs. Any man would have needs in that aspect. So, I presume he fell for Qian Mei, and that's why he didn't hesitate to marry into our race. No matter what the reason is. In any case, it's a good thing for our race. He, a Monarch realm expert who's only a little over 20, and he even possesses peak Earth rank sword intent. Even if he marries into our race, the elders will definitely not ill-treat such a genius. I'm really curious about Xiaoman's partner's reaction. I wonder if he'll agree. If he doesn't, then Xiaoman wouldn't be able to hold her head up high in public anymore. Haha. He definitely won't agree. Why? Isn't it obvious? Wouldn't agreeing be equal to giving his life away? The gazes of everyone here descended onto Yang Yi. Yang Yi was just about to speak when Xiaoman suddenly took his hand and shook her head. Yang Yi's heart felt slightly warm. Even though Shed saved him and forced him to marry her, and it was even to the extent that Shed taken the Nether Ghost Flame. However, she wasn't a bad person at all. Yang Yi smiled to her, and then he gazed at him and said, "What would you do if I succeed? I'll give you a 1,000-year-old fire crystal." It wasn't the man who spoke these words but Qian Yan, and the reason had spoken these words was naturally because he was afraid that Yang Yi would refuse. A 1,000-year-old fire crystal! Countless people in the surroundings gasped when they heard him. Obviously, they knew how valuable it was. Tongfen glanced at Qian Yan. He hadn't expected that Qian Yan would be willing to do that, as had even intended to bet a 1,000-year-old fire crystal. Even a half-saint didn't have many of those, and even he only had one last piece. A 1,000-year-old fire crystal? Yang Yi gazed at Xiaoman with a questioning gaze because he didn't know what it was. The others couldn't help but laugh with ridicule when they witnessed this scene, and Yang Yi had undoubtedly become an ignorant bumpkin in their eyes. Xiaoman replied, "Fire crystals are born from within the lava. They are treasures of my fire spirit race because they can improve one's cultivation and repair one's injuries. The older they are, the better their effects are. If you consume a 1,000-year-old fire crystal once you've completely recovered, then it's very likely for you to break through into the Monarch realm. What if I consume one now? How long would it take for my injuries to recover?" asked Yang Yi. She glanced at him and said, 3 days at most. You'll be able to recover to your peak by then. Amazing! Yang Yi's voice carried a trace of excitement, and then he gazed at Qian Yan and said, "Hey, old geezer. I'll agree to the battle if you're willing to bet 2 more fire crystals." The corners of Qian Yan's eyes twitched as he spoke with fury. Do you think they're rocks that can be produced at will? You don't have them? Yang Yi shook his head and said, Then fine, I won't fight him. Just do what you should be doing. Don't bother us while we're getting married. The corners of Qian Yan's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and spoke indifferently. Since you want to make a big gamble, then let's just make it huge. I have 5 of them, but what would you do if you can't resist his attacks? Yang Yi shrugged and said, Then I deserve death. Dream on. Qian Yan spoke furiously. Your lowly life isn't even worth a single 1,000-year-old fire crystal, yet you intend to use it to bet for 5? Yang Yi frowned, and then he gazed at Xiaoman. Xiaoman gazed at Tongfen instead. Tongfen shook his head and said, I don't have that many. Moreover, I don't think that he can succeed. Xiaoman fell silent for a short while, and then she walked over to Yang Yi. There was a pile of thumb-sized flaming rocks in her grasp, and there were around 30 of them there. She said, Even though the best I have is only 200 years old, this is all I have. As she spoke, she hesitated for a moment, and then she flipped her palms. Her pair of red hammers appeared in her grasp before she passed them to Yang Yi and said, I really don't have anything valuable anymore. Yang Yi was speechless. Chapter 701. Yang Yi gazed silently at the pair of red hammers in her hand, and then he said, Those are your weapons. Aren't you afraid that I would lose them? If you lose them, then you lose them. Xiaoman spoke with an unconcerned tone. In any case, I still gained more. Even though she said that, her gaze still frequently descended onto the hammers. Yang Yi shook his head, and then he gazed at Tongfen. Give the natural treasure back to me. I've changed my mind. Yang Yi was extremely displeased because Xiaoman was giving him everything she had while Tongfen refused to give him anything. Everyone here was stunned, including Tongfen. What are you trying to say? Tongfen spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi laughed with ridicule and said, Isn't it obvious? It belongs to me, and I don't want to give it away as dowry anymore. Because I want to use it to make this bet. The 2 ND elders' eyes instantly lit up when he heard Yang Yi, and the blazing desire in his eyes was seemingly material. This time, Tongfen's expression turned unsightly. Yang Yi continued when Tongfen remained silent. What? Could it be that someone intends to shamelessly take it by force? Exactly. Meanwhile, 2 ND elder added, Tongfen, you wouldn't be that shameless, right? If you even seize the possessions of an exalt realm profounder by force, then you would truly be bringing shame to our fire spirit race. Moreover, I would look down upon you from now on. It's even to the extent that I would feel it to be humiliating to be an elder like you. Head returned everything Tongfen had spoken about him just moments ago, and this caused the 2 ND elder to feel extraordinarily pleased. Yi Yang, do you understand what you're doing? Tongfen gazed at Yang Yi as he spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi chuckled and said, Of course I do. Elder Tong, since you still haven't returned it to me, could it really be that you intend to seize an exalt realm profounder's possession by force? Or you, Elder Tong, intend to act shamelessly for the sake of a natural treasure? Countless people gasped when they heard him. Are his balls made of steel? He actually dared to speak like that to a half-saint. You're not a match for him, said Tongfen. That's my problem. Yang Yi didn't show weakness in the slightest as he stared Tongfen in the eyes. Xiaoman intended to say something, but Yang Yi spoke before she could. Miss Xiaoman, I owe you my life, and I'll remember that forever. If you insist on taking the nether ghost flame, then I'll agree to give it to you. But don't ever mention anything about a marriage after that, all right? Xiaoman fell silent for a short while before she said, If you do that, then I. Meanwhile, Qian Yan ridiculed. Tongfen, you kept saying that I'm a despicable and shameless person, but now it would seem like you're exactly the same when facing a treasure, aren't you? Tongfen paid no attention to Qian Yan, and he just gazed at Yang Yi and said, You'll die right away if I give it to you. Understand? The meaning behind his words was that he would return it but stop protecting Yang Yi, so Yang Yi would still die even if Yang Yi won the bet. How could Yan Yi not understand what he meant? Yan Yi immediately smiled. I believe that if I use it as my dowry, then many elders would be willing to marry their granddaughters to me. So, they would naturally be willing to protect me as well. Yan Yi understood the situation very clearly. All of these elders were only united on the surface. Both the Grand Elder and 4th Elder desired the Nether Ghost Flame, and the only reason they hadn't tried to seize it was because they lacked a reason. He who was the owner of the Nether Ghost Flame just happened to be able to give them such a reason. The reason he acted in this way was mainly because he couldn't stand the sight of Tongfen. In his opinion, if he couldn't stand the sight of someone, then he would bring even greater displeasure to that person. The Grand Elder and 4th Elder were instantly tempted when they heard him. After all, it was a natural treasure which could improve their strengths. So, not to mention a granddaughter, they would even be willing to give up 2 granddaughters. I won't give it back to you because you're already considered to be married to Xiaoman. Tongfen put the Nether Ghost Flame away once he finished speaking. He would naturally not take it by force if it was anything else. However, it was a natural treasure. It wasn't just related to his strength, it was even related to his survival. So, he wouldn't give it up no matter what. He was truly giving up any and all sense of shame. So, what else could Yang Yi say? After all, he couldn't take it back. They'll help you with it. It was the Grand Elder who'd been silent until now that had spoken. Everyone here was shocked, and they gazed at the Grand Elder with disbelief. The 2nd Elder and Tongfen were extremely surprised as well. They hadn't expected that the Grand Elder who'd always kept a low profile would step forward at a time like this. Moreover, he was even helping a human profounder. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the Grand Elder. Could that geezer have seen through my strength? But it wasn't long before he rejected such a thought. After all, while the old man's strength was formidable, he was absolutely not stronger than Lu Yen. So, it was absolutely impossible for the old man to see through the seal which Lu Yen had placed upon him. But that made him even more puzzled. The Grand Elder didn't provide any explanation. He flipped his palm casually, and then 5 palm-sized and fiery red crystals appeared there. He said, "If you win, then just give me 2 of the fire crystals you win." "What if I lose?" asked Yang Yi. He replied, "It doesn't matter. Just consider it as me being old and having bad vision." Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at the Grand Elder, and then he waved his hand and the 5 1,000-year-old fire crystals instantly flew into Yang Yi's grasp. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly when he held them because the energy within them was actually not inferior to the water soul which that woman from the mermaid clan had given to him. Now, he believed Xiaoman, and he knew that his injuries could definitely be healed in the shortest possible time if he consumed one of them. If he consumed all 5 of them and the water soul, then he might even be able to attain the monarch realm. Grand Elder, 5 1,000-year-old fire crystals aren't easy to gather. The 2nd Elder spoke flatly. Aren't you afraid that he'll lose them? But what if he wins? The Grand Elder smiled. If he wins, then I would gain 2 more just like that. The 2nd Elder grunted coldly, and then he gazed at Bai Chen and said, "Are you confident?" After all, 5 1,000-year-old fire crystals were extremely precious even to him because they could improve his strength. After all, there weren't many treasures in this world that could improve the strength of a half-saint. Bai Chen smiled with confidence. Not to mention that he's at the Exalt realm, he wouldn't be able to resist 3 attacks of mine even if he's at the Monarch realm. Yang Yi didn't know what to say in response. The 2nd Elder nodded, and his concerns vanished. After all, the gap between a Monarch realm and Exalt realm profounder was still extremely huge. It wasn't that Exalt realm experts who could fight Monarch realm experts didn't exist, such existences were quite rare even in the hallowed grounds. Moreover, had never heard of a genius called Yi Yang. So, it was very likely that it was just an independent cultivator. Moreover, his discerning ability was naturally sufficient for him to discern that Yang Yi was heavily injured. So, he felt that Bai Chen would be able to deal with Yang Yi even if Bai Chen only utilized a few % of his strength. Even though he ceaselessly found reasons to console himself, there was still a trace of anxiousness and uneasiness in his heart. However, he had no choice but to go on with the bet now. In next to no time, a place of marriage and happiness had become a place of battle. Everyone moved aside, and only Yang Yi and Bai Chen stood facing each other at the center. Bai Chen grabbed the hilt of his sword and drew it slowly. A cold glow flashed while Bai Chen's aura became sharp and lofty, and the faint smile on his face still remained. In the eyes of everyone else, it was naturally a sign of confidence, a sign of absolute confidence towards himself. Bai Chen didn't attack. He took out a white handkerchief and started to slowly wipe his sword. Moreover, the serious expression on his face made it seem like his sword was his lover. Some say that confident and serious men were the most handsome, and that was true. Bai Chen wasn't just serious and confident, his appearance was truly handsome as well. So, when he started wiping his sword, the heartbeats of countless women in the surroundings instantly started speeding up. At this moment, the smile on Chiang Mai's face could be said to be even brighter than sunlight. Because he was her man. In the fire spirit race, a woman's prestige was extremely important, and there were two ways to earn it. The first was with one's own strength, and the second was through one's partner. Obviously, her man was doing that for her right now. As for Yang, she turned her head to glance at Yang Yi, and then she couldn't help but laugh with ridicule. At this moment, Yang Yi's face was slightly pale from the injuries he suffered. As for his aura and bearing, he did have a little if one looked carefully. However, when the two of them were compared, it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Bai Chen suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "Do you know what the sword is?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He thought for a moment and said truthfully, "I think that it isn't important because all swords are used to kill." "How crude and ignorant!" Bai Chen suddenly roared furiously. "Just hearing what you said tell me that you're an ignorant and crude independent cultivator. The sword is the king of all weapons, the monarch of all weapons. It's noble. Yet you actually said that it's used to kill. How crude and ignorant to the extreme! It's an insult to my sword to draw my sword against you." "Nice!" Chiang Mai was the first to cry out. Many others in the surroundings were shocked by his words as well, and then they started shouting loudly. "See, that's a true sword cultivator. That's how sword cultivators should be. Even I feel like training in the sword Dao after I heard that. I heard the patriarch's daughter is skilled in both the sword and saber. I wonder if her sword Dao or Bai Chen's sword Dao is superior. He really is too handsome. Unfortunately, Chiang Mai has made a move on him." Yang Yi was stunned for a long time before he said, "Fine, that's your sword Dao. I don't want to say anything about it. However, in my opinion, the sword is used to kill because a sword that doesn't kill isn't a sword. Crude. Ignorant. Ignorant. Let's move further away from that fellow. Staying close to him is a disgrace to us." This time, it wasn't Bai Chen who insulted Yang Yi, and it was the other profounders of the fire spirit race. "Killing you with my sword is an insult to it." Bai Chen flicked his finger once he finished speaking, and then a strand of sword chi shot towards Yang Yi. Chapter 702. The sword chi wasn't enhanced by sword intent, and it was just a pure strand of sword chi. However, it was exactly such a pure strand of sword chi which made Yang Yi act like he was facing a formidable opponent. His entire body was tense like a fully drawn bow. Many people in the surroundings couldn't help but start laughing when they saw him act like that. Chiang Mai laughed with ridicule before looking at Xiao Man with a gaze that was filled with disdain and ridicule. The latter held tightly onto her iron hammers and seemed to be ready to lend a hand at any moment. Finally, the sword chi arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi suddenly moved. He clenched his right hand into a fist and pulled it back slightly. In the next moment, he attacked swiftly, and he smashed a punch towards the sword chi, causing a wave of energy to flash forward. Bang! The wave of energy and sword chi exploded apart upon impact, and this stunned all the spectators. He actually blasted Bai Chen's sword chi into pieces? In the next moment, They were stunned again because Yang Yi's figure suddenly moved backwards repeatedly, and he only stopped after moving almost 100 steps back. After he stopped moving, Yang Yi started to gasp for breath as if that punch had used all the strength within him. Ha ha! Such trash actually bragged about resisting 3 attacks from Bai Qin? I finally understand what overestimating one's strength is. This is the epitome of it. I thought that he was putting on a show of weakness to give us a surprise. But now it would seem like he really is just a weakling. He was even almost unable to resist just 10% of Bai Chen's strength. He can be considered to be one of the weakest even amongst the Exalt realm. I've lived for over 20 years, but I've never seen someone so determined to seek death. Fu Jingxian shook her head as she gazed at Yang Yi, and then she withdrew her gaze. Just like everyone else, Shed thought that Yang Yi would surprise her, but the facts of the situation were that had almost been unable to resist just 10% of Bai Chen's strength. If there were expectations, then there would be disappointment. She was disappointed right now. There was no reason why, and it was just pure disappointment. It was like being prepared to watch an entertaining show, but the actor suddenly failed to portray the part. It was definitely something that would arouse disappointment in others. As she gazed at Yang Yi, who was still gasping, Xiao Man wanted to go over but was stopped by Tong Fin, who said, "Let him suffer a little. It'll be beneficial to him." Xiao Man was just about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly started walking towards Bai Chen, and he walked extremely slowly like a child who had just learned how to walk. In the eyes of the spectators, it was undoubtedly a sign of suffering severe internal injuries. Can't continue," Yang Yi stuttered slightly. Bai Chen pointed his sword towards the ground and shot a sideways glance at Yang Yi. "You were actually able to resist 10% of my strength. Looks like you're not completely trash. It seems like another strand of sword chi from me would cause your internal organs to be instantly shattered. The heavens are benevolent, and so am I. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Kneel right now, kowtow, and admit your mistakes to Meyer. They'll let you live if she's willing to forgive you." Qian Mei grunted coldly and crossed her arms before her as she gazed at Yang Yi. "They'll forgive you if you kowtow 100 times to me. All right?" She gazed at Xiao Man as she spoke. Xiao Man didn't speak. She just walked over to Yang Yi's side and took his hand. "Let's leave. The battle isn't over." Meanwhile, Qian Yan spoke coldly. "Of course you can leave. But you must admit defeat." Xiao Man was just about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly flipped his palm and grabbed her hand instead, and then shock appeared in Xiao Man's eyes. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." As he spoke, he let go of her and continued walking towards Bai Chen. Xiao Man remained on the spot as if she was petrified. "Can't continue." Yang Yi seemed as if had decided to risk his life when he spoke these words, and resolve covered his face. The Grand Elder who was supporting Yang Yi sat on the chair with his eyes slightly closed. It seemed as if he was in deep sleep. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other hand, Qian Yan, who sat by his side, was smiling from ear to ear. After all, the scene which played out before his eyes just now had caused that last trace of worry in his heart to vanish. Actually, while Yang Yi's display was slightly exaggerated, it wasn't too far off from the truth. Because of the special characteristics possessed by 10th level sword intent and above, he could absorb the sword intent of anyone who possessed sword intent at a level beneath his own. He could have just stood there without moving just now and allowed it to strike him. Because it still wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. Not to mention 10% of Bai Chen's strength. Even if Bai Chen utilized 100% of his strength, it was still impossible for him to harm Yang Yi with his sword chi. However, Yang Yi didn't do that. As for the reason? There were two. Firstly, he didn't want to expose his strength yet. Secondly, he had a plan of his own. That was exactly why he had utilized his physical strength to deal with that sword chi. At this moment, the internal injuries he suffered were extremely severe, so forcefully utilizing his strength naturally caused him to feel unwell. Coupled with his intent to conceal his strength, it was naturally easy for him to deceive the half-saints who were present here. The others in the surroundings were dumbstruck when they heard Yang Yi. Did that collision knock out a screw in his head? They've already agreed to let him live if he admits defeat, yet he actually wants to insist on giving his life away. Is there really something wrong with him in the head? It seems to me like he has gone mad with greed for those fire crystals. I still feel slight admiration for him. At the very least, I would absolutely not dare to do that. As they say, a newborn calf isn't aware of the terrors of a tiger, or the ignorant are fearless. I bet the next attack will transform him into a corpse. Bai Chen tightened his grasp on his sword. For some unknown reason, a faint cold glow had suddenly appeared on his sword, and some of the profounders who were closer to him sensed a ghastly coldness coming from it. Bai Chen gazed at Yan Yi and spoke coldly. Did you think that you would be able to resist my tuned datic since you succeed at resisting the first? If that's what you're thinking, then allow me to tell you that you're mistaken, extremely mistaken. Yan Yi suddenly said. Someone close to me told me that I have to keep a low profile and be cautious once I've left home, and I shouldn't rashly cause trouble. Because she knows that my temper isn't very good. Once I stop keeping a low profile, then it's very likely the blood would flow into rivers. I've reflected on it, and felt that I really was a madman when I got angry, and I should keep a low profile. When he spoke up to this point, Yan Yi paused for a moment before he said, But when I encountered a conceited idiot like you, I was truly unable to restrain myself any longer. Motherfucker. If you want to fight, then fight. Why nag on continuously? Don't you just want to show off in front of everyone? Is that even necessary? Would you die if you don't try to show off? Do you know how many times I've almost been unable to stop myself from killing you? The surroundings fell into deathly silence. All of them opened their eyes wide and gazed at him with disbelief. He's keeping a low profile? He has a bad temper? Blood will flow into rivers if he gets angry? He thinks he can kill Bai Chen? Has he gone mad? Meanwhile, the Grand Elder opened his eyes and glanced at Yan Yi, but he immediately closed his eyes right after that. As for Qian Yen, a cold smile and disdain still covered his face. The 4th Elder and Tong Fen frowned slightly, and no one knew what they were thinking. You think you're a defiant profounder? Meanwhile, Qian Mei suddenly pointed at Yan Yi and spoke with disdain. You're keeping a low profile and have a bad temper? You'll cause blood to flow into rivers? You want to kill Bao Chen? Why don't you do it right now? Why don't you let me see how you do that? An ant at the Exalt realm like you is actually bragging like this. It's the best joke I've ever heard. You'll have the chance. Yang Yi glanced indifferently at her, and then he gazed at Bai Chen and said, Come on. I've been standing here for a long time. Right, don't waste your breath and try to threaten me, and don't start bragging about yourself. I'm really not interested in listening to all of that. If you're a man, then be a little more decisive so that we can conclude the matter and I can go have my food. The spectators were speechless when they heard this. Bai Chen's face wasn't as carefree as it was before, and it was slightly ferocious instead. Since you're so desperate to die, then I'll send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Chen stabbed his sword forward, and then a ray of sword qi shot out from its tip. It was extremely swift and arrived before Yang Yi in less than a breath of time. This strand of sword qi was still not enhanced by sword intent, but it was much stronger than the previous sword qi, and it was much faster as well. Yang Yi remained still, and he only moved when it was just a few dozen centimeters away from him. He didn't launch a counterattack but moved slightly to the side, and then the sword qi just flashed by right before him while leaving him completely unharmed. The spectators were flabbergasted. He avoided it? He actually avoided it? Is this a joke? Qian Mei, Fu Jingxian, and Bai Chen were all stunned. In next to no time, Bai Chen recovered from his shock and spoke furiously. You've broken the rules. You said you would resist 3 attacks of mine, but you actually avoided it. Yan Yi laughed coldly and said, I broke the rules. I said that I would resist them, but I never said that I wouldn't dodge them. If you want to blame something, then blame your own sword qi for being too slow. Why am I the one to be blamed? You. Bai Chen's face was livid. It wasn't stated that he couldn't dodge. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Being able to dodge can be considered as a form of ability as well. What do you think, the Elder?" Qian Yan's expression was gloomy. He glanced at Yan Yi, and then he gazed at Bai Chen and said, "Can he not dodge? Stop holding back. Let me see if he'll still be able to dodge then. Remember, don't hold back. He can only use 30% of his strength." The Grand Elder spoke abruptly. 30% is enough to kill him. Meanwhile, Bai Chen roared furiously, and then his sword started trembling violently. After that, 10th level sword intent surged out from within him, and it caused countless spectators to be unable to help but take numerous steps back. Chapter 703. Because it was the last attack and Yan Yi had infuriated him, Bao Chen didn't hold back at all. However, he couldn't break the rules, so while he did release his 10th level sword intent, he didn't utilize it to suppress Yan Yi. Die! A furious roar resounded as Bai Chen swung his sword swiftly, and then a cold ray of light flashed at an alarming speed. It was swift to the point some Exalt Realm experts in the surroundings weren't even able to catch sight of it. Break! At practically the exact same moment, Yan Yi's voice resounded here, and then they saw him clench his fists and smash them towards the sword chi. A cold smile that carried disdain arose on the corners of Bai Chen's mouth. An injured Exalt Realm profounder like him is trying to resist my sword intent in a head-on collision. He's dreaming. In next to no time, the cold smile and disdain on his face had stiffened. It wasn't just him, everyone else here was stunned as well. An explosion resounded before Bai Chen's sword chi vanished, and Yan Yi there on the spot without moving an inch. How could that be possible? Bai Chen seemed as if had lost his soul, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Qian Yan had stood up with his fists clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as well. The Grand Elder who sat by Qian Yan's side opened his eyes as well, and he gazed at Yan Yi while a trace of an indescribable color filled it. Fu Jingxian stared fixedly at Yan Yi as if she wanted to renew her understanding of him. Yan Yi patted his hands together and gazed at Bai Chen. "You've lost!" It would have been utterly impossible for Yan Yi to resist Bai Chen's attack with just his physical strength if Bai Chen had utilized all his strength. However, Bai Chen hadn't utilized his full strength, and had only utilized 30% of his strength. In Yan Yi's opinion, 30% of Bai Chen's strength was actually had intended to feign weakness like he had during the previous attacks, but he really couldn't stand the sight of this fellow, so he stopped acting. In any case, all he revealed was his physical strength. As they cared at Yan Yi's carefree appearance, many quick-witted people instantly came to an understanding. They realized that had truly been feigning weakness. "Impossible! You cheated!" Meanwhile, Qian Mei suddenly pointed at Yan Yi and roared, "How could you possibly resist that attack? How could you possibly do it? It's utterly impossible! So you definitely cheated." "Right, you definitely cheated," Yan Yi said. "I really don't want to waste my breath on a stupid woman like you. But I'll still explain. You say that I cheated? How did I cheat? What is considered as cheating? You..." Qian Mei was instantly exasperated, and she was about to attack him. However, the Grand Elder suddenly said, "Qian Mei, you say that he cheated? Are you saying that the four of us are old and can't see clearly? Moreover, as long as no one helped him, then he was able to resist it because he possessed the ability to do so, understand?" Qian Mei's expression changed, and she didn't dare refute the Grand Elder. After all, the Grand Elder's status in the fire spirit race was merely inferior to the Patriarch. So, she could only stare resentfully at Yan Yi as if she wanted to stare him to death. "You tricked me." Meanwhile, Bai Chen spoke abruptly. Yan Yi nodded and said, "I did. What are you going to do about it?" Bai Chen's face instantly had a ferocious expression on it, and his sword was trembling incessantly. Yan Yi paid no attention to him. He gazed at Qian Yan and said, "Hand it over." The corners of Qian Yan's mouth twitched a little. After all, it was 5 1,000-year-old fire crystals, and it would take a few dozen years even for him to obtain such an amount. So, he was naturally unwilling to hand it over just like that. However, right when he was about to act shamelessly, the Grand Elder spoke. Qian Yan, you're the 2nd elder of our fire spirit race at any rate. Wouldn't the human race laugh at our race if you don't keep your word even when it's related to just that little bit of treasures? Hand it over. Qian Yan's face fell, but he remained silent. What? You intend to swallow my possessions as well? Meanwhile, the Grand Elder spoke abruptly. Qian Yan pondered deeply for a short while before he smiled. Grand Elder, you must be kidding. Am I that kind of person? I accept my defeat, take it. As he spoke, he waved his hand and tossed 5 fire crystals to the Grand Elder before he gazed at Yang Yi. Good. Very good. I never expected that I would have misjudged you slightly. Very good indeed. His eyes and voice were filled with undisguised killing intent. Yang Yi paid no attention to him. He gazed at the Grand Elder, and the latter didn't hesitate to wave his right hand, causing 3 fire crystals to fly over to Yang Yi. The gazes of countless people in the surroundings burned with desire as they gazed at the fire crystals in Yang Yi's grasp, and some of their gazes even carried a cold glow. Most of the people here were at the Monarch realm while Yang Yi was merely at the Exalt realm. So, it was like a child running around streets with a bar of gold. How could anyone not be filled with greed and ill intent? Yang Yi disregarded them. He turned around and walked over to Xiaoman before he passed one of them to her. The latter was slightly stunned and said, For me? Yang Yi nodded. The spectators were first stunned when they witnessed this scene, and then they couldn't help but start cursing. What a fucking idiot! Does he not know what he has in his hands? Those are fire crystals, 1,000-year-old fire crystals. Yet he actually gave them away so casually? Is there something wrong with him in the head? What a fucking idiot! A 1,000-year-old fire crystal is enough for him to advance into the Monarch realm, yet he gave it away so casually. What a fool! I really feel so jealous. Why wasn't I able to encounter such a fellow? He probably doesn't know how valuable they are. Right, he clearly seems like an ignorant fellow. He'll probably cry once he knows how valuable they are. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and glanced at them. He said, What does this have to do with all of you? Does it have anything to do with all of you? As he spoke, Yang Yi tossed one of the fire crystals on the ground, and then he stomped on it. I'm not just going to give it away, I'm even going to do this. Bite me. All of them were at a loss for words. As they watched Yang Yi toss a 1,000-year-old fire crystal on the ground and step on it, the corners of the mouths of all the 4 half-saints here twitched. After all, it was a 1,000-year-old fire crystal. Even they treated it like a precious treasure. Yet now, this fellow called Ji Yang was actually stomping on it. They had the impulse to slap him to death on the spot. Meanwhile, one of the men from the fire spirit race suddenly pointed at Yang Yi and spoke furiously. You idiot! You ignorant fool! Do you know how precious fire crystals are? Even half-saints would have to spend at least 10 years of time to obtain just one. But you are actually treating a 1,000-year-old fire crystal like that. You should suffer the wrath of the heavens. Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, What does whether I suffer the wrath of the heavens have to do with you? Don't complain that I didn't give all of you a chance. I'll give all of you a chance right now. All of you can do as that idiot Bai Chen did and make me resist 3 moves of yours. These 2 fire crystals in my hand will belong to you if I fail, alright? Bai Chen's face twitched violently while killing intent surged in his eyes. Really? The voices of many had started to tremble. Yang Yi said, Of course, all of you can only use 30% of your strength. Moreover, just as before, all of you must bet 1,000-year-old fire crystals. All of them instantly felt dispirited when they heard him because they didn't have 1,000-year-old fire crystals. They'll make that bet with you. Meanwhile, Bai Chen spoke abruptly. Yang Yi glanced at Bai Chen and said, You have 1,000-year-old fire crystals? Bai Chen spoke in a low voice. I don't. Since you don't, then why the fuck are you making noise now? Yang Yi shouted angrily. I'll bet with my life. Bai Chen spoke solemnly. I refuse. Yang Yi refused decisively. If you want to bet, then bet 1,000-year-old fire crystals. Otherwise, fuck off all the way back home. I don't have the time to waste my breath on all of you. He was too arrogant. It was to the point that many were on the verge of exploding with rage. Bai Chen gazed at Qian Yan. Qian Yan's face was quite gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. A short while passed before he flipped his palm once more, and another 5 fire crystals appeared in his grasp. He said, Yi Yang, we can continue the bet, but the rules have to be changed. You must resist an attack that carries Bai Chen's full strength. Well, make the bet with you if you agree. Yang Yi fell silent. Ha. What is it? Yi Yang. Have your balls shrunk? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Weren't you very strong? Why don't you continue with your arrogance now? Come on. Earlier, Brother Bai merely utilized 30% of his strength, and he wasn't even serious. Yet you actually thought that you can fight Brother Bai? How laughable. Now that Brother Bai is taking it seriously, you've shrunk back immediately. He's just trash that was full of conceit from his initial success. Trash like you are usually not even worth a few lines in chivalric novels. Yang Yi clenched his fists tightly while he had a livid expression on his face, and he seemed to be trying hard to control his emotions. Yan Yi's appearance caused the spectators to feel even more self-satisfied. Hey you Yi Yang, right? Weren't you talking a lot just now? Come on and say something. Why have you suddenly become mute? Qian Mei spoke abruptly. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he glanced at them and said, All of you are going too far. So we are. What are you going to do about it? Bite us. Someone immediately used what Yang Yi had said earlier. What would all of you do if I win? Yang Yi spoke abruptly. All of them were stunned, and then they said, Is it possible? Is it even possible? What if I do? Said Yang Yi. At this moment, a man suddenly withdrew a few dozen fire crystals and said, I'll give all of these fire crystals to you if you succeed. There are quite a few here that are over 100 years old, so it isn't a small amount. What do you think? I'll do the same if you succeed. Me too. It wasn't long before practically 90% of the people here had withdrawn their fire crystals, and there were over 1,000 fire crystals at least. Most of them were only a few dozen years old, but there were a few that were over 100 years ago. Moreover, there was even one that was 400 years old, and it came from Qian Mei. Yang Yi nodded and said, Xiaoman, take all of them and give them to the Grand Elder. Ask the Grand Elder to take custody of them for now. The Grand Elder glanced at Yang Yi and said, There's no need for that. Just leave them there. No one will dare to go back on their word. Yang Yi nodded. He was just about to speak when Qian Mei spoke abruptly. Yi Yang, I'll fucking kneel down and lick you if you're able to resist Bai Chen's full strength. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he gazed at the Grand Elder and Qian Yan. Does it count? Qian Yan's face twitched as he glared fiercely at Qian Mei. The latter refused to back down and glared back at him. Obviously, Yang Yi had truly infuriated her. It does, replied the Grand Elder. Qian Yan pondered deeply for a short while and said, Yi Yang, if you lose, then you have to hand over all the 1,000-year-old fire crystals and kowtow 100 times to every single person here. If you agree, then everything that Qian Mei and everyone here said counts. All right. Yang Yi didn't hesitate at all to agree. No one noticed that a slight grin of success had appeared on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Chapter 704. Yang Yi and Bai Chen stood in confrontation at the center of the hall, and there was around 30 m between them. Someone seemed to have spread the news about the bet between Yang Yi and Bai Chen, so more and more members of the fire spirit race were surging into the hall. At this moment, the hall was filled by a crowd. That's the Tigress man? He really is just at the Exalt realm, yet he actually dares to face a Monarch realm expert, and it's even a sword cultivator who has attained peak Earth rank sword intent. Does he want to die? Ha ha! Don't underestimate him. He was very arrogant just now. Perhaps he's capable of surmounting his realm of cultivation. Besides the geniuses on the hallowed rankings and the top-rate geniuses of the various races, ordinary Exalt realm experts are utterly incapable of surmounting their realms of cultivation to challenge Monarch realm experts. Moreover, this Exalt realm profounder is even injured while his opponent is a Monarch realm expert who has comprehended sword intent. That Tigress man will definitely die in this battle. That may not necessarily be the case. He seems to be calm and composed, and there's no fear in his eyes. I presume he definitely has some sort of trump card. He gave us a pleasant surprise earlier. Perhaps he'll be able to do it again. Right, I mean that I hope he won't die that quickly after he resists Bai Chen's attack. Otherwise, it would be too meaningless. What if he really turns the situation around? If he does, then he'll eat shit. Qian Yan, it's best if you think this through. Meanwhile, the 4th elder gazed at the fire crystals in his hand and said, I presume these 5 1,000-year-old fire crystals are the last of all the fire crystals you've accumulated over the years. If you lose, then your strength wouldn't improve at all for the next few years. Moreover, if you lose them, then you'll be in trouble if you suffer any injuries. After all, the Defiant Profounders are about to escape the seal. Yan Yi didn't trust the 2nd elder, so had suggested that the 4th elder took temporary custody over the fire crystals which they were betting with. Moreover, had even asked Xiaoman to restrain Qian Mei. Qian Yan agreed to all of Yang Yi's requests. However, he made a request of his own, and that was Yang Yi had to become Qian Mei's flameling if Yang Yi lost. The explanation Xiaoman provided him allowed Yang Yi to understand what a flameling was. It meant eunuch. Yang Yi naturally agreed immediately. He would definitely not act so rashly if Bai Chen wasn't a sword cultivator. Unfortunately, Bai Chen was one. Unless a sword cultivator didn't utilize a sword or possess sword intent that surpassed his own, otherwise. Qian Yan grunted coldly and said, But what if I win? Just as the 4th elder said, all his accumulations of wealth over the years could be represented by those 10 1,000-year-old fire crystals. Had lost 5 earlier, and even his heart felt like it was bleeding from the loss. So, he had no other choice but to make another bet in order to recuperate his losses. Of course, it was because he was confident in Bai Chen's ability. After all, Bai Chen was at the Monarch realm and possessed peak Earth rank sword intent. As far as he was concerned, the reason Bai Chen lost just now was because they'd underestimated their opponent. Moreover, he felt that Yan Yi would definitely not be a match for Bai Chen once Bai Chen took Yan Yi seriously. As for the reason why Yang Yi dared to agree to the bet, he hadn't given that any thought at all. I'll dismember you, piece by piece. Bai Chen gazed at Yang Yi while his face had recovered its calm. Yang Yi paid no attention to Bai Chen. He gazed at Qian Mei instead and said, Woman, didn't you ask me to be arrogant and show off just now? All right, I'll do it right now. I really look forward to seeing you become my flameling. Qian Mei spoke coldly. I really look forward to seeing you kneeling down and licking me as well. Ha! Yan Yi glanced at the others in the surroundings before his gaze descended onto Bai Chen, and he said, You're a sword cultivator, and a strong one too. In other words, your sword techniques are very formidable, right? Bai Chen replied. It's just alright. But killing you is as easy as flipping my palm. Yan Yi nodded and said, I'd intended to keep a low profile. But it can't be helped, I'm really unable to continue keeping a low profile when facing an idiot like you who likes to put on airs. Come, execute your strongest sword technique. I want dodge or block it. Haha. What a joke. He wants Bai Chen to execute his strongest technique, and he won't dodge it? Who does he think he is? Even if Sui Dengfeng rises up from the grave, he still wouldn't dare to do that, right? It seems obvious to me that he has gone mad. How laughable. We actually made a bet with such a man. How truly laughable! Where did Xiaoman find such a weirdo? Where did he get the confidence to say that hell resists Bai Chen's strongest sword technique without dodging? Where? I think he's delusional. The others in the surroundings who had made bets with Yang Yi just now started to speak in succession. All of them didn't hold back at all and spoke loudly as if they wanted Yang Yi to hear them. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "What would all of you do if I succeed? If you do, then I won't just give all my fire crystals to you, I'll even kowtow 100 times to you and admit that I had eyes yet failed to see. Moreover, I'll stay far away from you in the future. All right?" One of the men stepped forward and spoke coldly. Yang Yi glanced at him, and then he glanced at the others and said, "What about all of you? Well, do the same." "Exactly." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Stand over to the right with him. If I lose and don't die, then I'll do the same and kowtow 100 times to each of you." In next to no time, 90% of the people here had walked over to the right, and it totaled to over 300 people. On the other hand, only 3 people remained on the left. Yang Yi was quite surprised that these 3 hadn't walked over. Moreover, he even knew one of them because it was Fu Jingxian. Besides Fu Jingxian, there was a black-robed man and a woman who stood by Fu Jingxian's side. The man wore a mask that fully concealed his appearance, but it was obvious from his outward appearance that he was a human. As for the woman who stood by his side, she was from the fire spirit race. At this moment she seemed to be pulling the masked man to the right, but he remained adamant on staying on the left, and this made the woman stamp her feet with rage. I've never seen someone who is so desperate to die. Meanwhile, Bai Chen spoke abruptly. "You intend to resist an attack of mine without dodge or blocking it? How laughable! Even the geniuses in the top 5 positions on the hallowed rankings wouldn't dare speak like that to me. I'm really very curious, where exactly did you get the confidence to say that? Do you know Zhu Dengfeng?" Yang Yi spoke abruptly. Bai Chen was slightly stunned and said, "I cultivated painstakingly in the sword Dao for over 10 years for the sake of fighting him. Unfortunately, he's dead. But I can tell you that I'm 70% confident in my ability to defeat him even if he were alive now." Yang Yi said, "I met Zhu Dengfeng in the past, and the feeling he gave me was that he was full of confidence. He was extremely confident yet wasn't conceited because he refused to underestimate any opponent. However, while you are very confident as well, you're confident to the point that you feel you're matchless in the world. Besides that, do you know that you're so full of fucking nonsense? If their bet wasn't one where he could only defend himself and not attack, he would have attacked a long time ago and not waste his breath like this." Yang Yi really couldn't figure out why so many people like to waste their breaths before fighting. Especially some people who like to introduce themselves before a fight, and then speak about their pasts or constantly threaten their opponents by describing what would happen to their opponent if they did something. Since a battle couldn't be avoided, then it should begin immediately. Nonsense wasn't something that could improve the strength of anyone, and it was impossible for a bunch of nonsense to make the enemy yield. In his opinion, if something could be resolved with battle, then it was best to not waste his breath. I've never seen anyone who's so desperate to die. Bai Chen raised his sword slowly and pointed it at Yang Yi. He said, "You've succeeded at infuriating me. So, the consequence is death." As soon as he finished speaking, the profound energy within him suddenly surged before shooting into the sword he held. A strand of dazzling light erupted from the sword, and then a sword howl instantly shot into the sky. The swords throughout the entire hall started to tremble violently as if they'd been summoned. 10th level sword intent. At this moment, Bai Chen hadn't held back at all, and his 10th level sword intent surged madly out of him, and then some of the profounders in the surroundings started moving backward repeatedly. Because they were too close to him, and his sword intent was like a mountain that pressed down upon them and made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Qian Yan finally revealed a slight smile when he saw the fierce and sharp sword intent that Bai Chen emanated. In his opinion, not to mention an Exalt realm profounder like Yi Yang who was injured, even an expert who was similarly at the Monarch realm like Bai Chen would definitely be unable to resist this attack that carried 10th level sword intent without dodging it. So, since Yi Yang would definitely die, his fire crystals would return to his possession, and he would even be able to gain more. The Grand Elder frowned slightly, and his gaze towards Yang Yi carried a trace of bewilderment. Xiaoman spoke abruptly. "Old man, save him if he's unable to resist it." "No. Didn't you hear how he talked to your grandfather just now?" replied Tongfen. "If you don't, then he'll make you bury me instead. You damnable little girl." Bai Chen suddenly soared into the air before he suddenly shouted. "Yi Yang, killing you doesn't require my strongest sword technique. All I need is an ordinary attack like this." He waved his right hand as he spoke, and a snow-white strand of sword chi shot forward. It was extremely sharp and fierce when enhanced by 10th level sword intent, and the air throughout its path surged. It was a truly astonishing sight. However, Yang Yi didn't attempt to dodge at all. In next to no time, everyone watched as the sword chi struck Yang Yi's body, and then nothing happened. The sword chi vanished. The spectators were instantly flabbergasted, and so were the half-saints in the surroundings. A short while passed before Yang Yi greedily inhaled a deep breath, and then he gazed at Bai Chen, who was completely dumbstruck. "You've lost!" As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look at Qian Mei. "Come, kneel down and lick me!" He stretched out his hand and started undoing his robe. Chapter 705. The atmosphere was deathly silent as all of them gazed at Yang Yi. They didn't understand why that had happened. After all, it was the full strength of a monarch realm expert, but Yang Yi had actually resisted it without dodging and counter-attacking. Moreover, he even revealed an expression of satisfaction. Is he a half-saint? Meanwhile, an absurd thought appeared in their minds. The 4 half-saints here stared fixedly at Yang Yi as if they wanted to see through him. "No! That's impossible! It's absolutely impossible!" Meanwhile, Bai Chen suddenly started howling madly while he waved his sword once more, and a strand of sword chi that was even sharper, fiercer, and swifter than before instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't dodge it, and just allowed it to strike him. Everyone watched as the sword chi instantly vanished upon coming into contact with Yang Yi's body. How could that be possible? All of them opened their eyes wide while disbelief filled them. Bai Chen, on the other hand, seemed as if had seen a ghost, and his entire body couldn't help but start trembling. The Grand Elder, 4th Elder, and Tongfen exchanged glances, and then they nodded lightly. Meanwhile, a wisp of envy flashed through Tongfen and the 4th Elder's eyes because the Grand Elder had gained 2 more 1,000-year-old fire crystals just like that. Had gained 4 1,000-year-old fire crystals with such ease, so it would be a lie if they said they weren't envious. On the other hand, Qian Yan had lost years of accumulation. Had lost 10 1,000-year-old fire crystals from just 2 bets. Such losses were extraordinarily huge. As expected of the Grand Elder, Qian Yan took a deep breath and said, "Yi Yang! Good! Good! Very good indeed! I never expected that you even deceived me. 11th level sword intent! The 11th level! Good! Very good! I never expected that someone in the hallowed grounds was able to attain the 11th level of sword intent! Very good indeed! 11th level sword intent!" The others were stunned. In next to no time, all of them came to an understanding. There were only 2 possibilities behind why Yang Yi could resist Bai Chen's sword chi without suffering any injuries. The one possibility was that Yang Yi's strength far surpassed Bai Chen. Obviously, that was impossible, because Yang Yi was clearly at the Exalt realm right now. The 2 possibility was that Yang Yi's sword intent surpassed Bai Chen. It was clearly the latter. Because one sword intent arrived at the 10th level, it was utterly impossible for those who possessed weaker sword intent than the person to cause any harm to that person. Heaven rank sword intent. All of them were extremely shocked. After all, that sickly and weak fellow who they'd ridiculed and looked down upon was actually a sword cultivator, and he was even a sword cultivator who'd comprehended heaven rank sword intent. All of them had very colorful expressions on their faces when they thought of the bet that they'd made with him. Qian Mei had even slumped weakly on the ground, and her face was covered in disbelief. After all, 11th level sword intent could be ranked in the top 10 even on the hallowed rankings. The laughable part was that Shed ridiculed him for being weak when she was the true weakling. There were numerous Monarch Realm experts in the world, but there were very few existences who'd comprehended heaven rank sword intent. Monarch Realm experts didn't have the slightest advantage before such monstrous geniuses. The most composed person here was Xiaoman, because Yan Yi had revealed a little of his strength to her just now. However, her heart was surging with tempestuous waves of shock just like everyone else. After all, Yan Yi had merely revealed to her that he possessed sword intent, and she hadn't imagined that it would be heaven-rank sword intent. Yan Yi didn't fully undo his robes, and he merely just removed the outer layer of his clothing before he gazed at Qian Mei and said, "Woman, didn't you say that you would kneel down and lick me? I'm prepared, so let's begin? Of course, if a half-saint like your grandfather interferes and helps you, then I would naturally be helpless to do anything if you intend to go back on your word." Qian Mei's face turned pale. "Yi Yang, it's best to show mercy whenever it's possible." Meanwhile, one of the profounders from the fire spirit race stepped forward. However, he hadn't been able to continue because Yan Yi pointed at him and said, "I remember you. You said that you would kowtow 100 times to me if I was able to resist Bai Chen's attack. Come, I'm prepared for that as well." As he spoke, he glanced at the group on the right and said, "It's the same for all of you. It's time for you to fulfill your promises. So why don't all of you kneel right now?" All of their faces became unsightly, and one of them said, "Yi Yang, are you really going to leave no room for reconciliation? What's your name?" Yan Yi spoke abruptly. That fellow was stunned and said, "I'm Ao Shiyun from the fire spirit race. I admit that we underestimated you just now, but—" "Cut the crap!" Yan Yi suddenly interrupted him and said, "You're right, I can't be that merciless. Since it's like that, I've changed my mind. I don't want them to kowtow to me, but I want you to do it for them. How many people are there?" "It's 100 per person, so count it on your own." "You!" Ao Shiyun was furious and said, "Yi Yang, you're going too far." Yan Yi laughed with ridicule yet paid no attention to him. He gazed at the Grand Elder and said, "Grand Elder, what do you think?" The Grand Elder had gained great benefits because of him, so he refused to believe that the Grand Elder would refuse such a small matter. The Grand Elder glanced at Yan Yi, and then he glanced at the group on the right. "If Ao Shiyun is unwilling to kowtow on all of your behalf, then do it yourselves. If the members of my fire spirit race dare to make a bet, then they should be willing to face the consequences." Ao Shiyun said, "Grand Elder, he's just a human." "You!" The Grand Elder just glanced indifferently at Ao Shiyun and said, "He's Xiaoman's husband right now. In other words, he's a part of our fire spirit race. Understand?" Right at this moment, Xiaoman suddenly walked over to Ao Shiyun with her red iron hammers in her hand, and she said, "Let's forget about them for now. You have to kowtow right now. It'll smash your head apart if you don't." "You!" Ao Shiyun was just about to speak when a hammer arrived above his head, and it was just a few centimeters away. Ao Zion's face turned pale. "It'll count to 3. It'll smash your head apart if you don't do it," said Xiaoman. 3, 2, 1. Thump. Ao Shiyun knelt down hastily, but it was too late because Xiaoman's hammer had descended straight down towards him. Bang! Ao Zion's entire head exploded apart. Everyone here was stunned. Xiaoman was slightly stunned as well because she hadn't expected that he would kneel at the last moment. However, it seemed to still be a bit too late. She pulled her hammer back, walked over to Yan Yi, and then spoke softly. "He was too slow. He was too soft. He was. In short, it isn't my fault at all." Yan Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qian Mei spoke abruptly. "Yi Yang, do you really intend to offend the entire fire spirit race?" Yan Yi glanced coldly at the group on the right and said, "To be honest, I really look down on all of you. Truly. It's fine to be weak. Because if you're willing to work hard, then the day will come when you become strong. But as men, all of you don't even dare to keep your word. That's a true disgrace. As for kowtowing, there's no need for that now. I'm afraid that making trash like all of you kowtow to me would make my lifespan be halved. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi paused for a moment before he continued. I know that all of you definitely hate me to the bone, and you wish for nothing more than to swarm over and kill me. I'm even aware that so long as I stay within the fire spirit race, then all of you will definitely look for all sorts of opportunities to take revenge on me. When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly glanced at them again and said, But let me tell all of you that I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid at all. Because not to mention a few hundred pieces of trash like all of you, even a few hundred more wouldn't be enough to kill me. How arrogant. How fucking arrogant. Their expressions turned unsightly to the extreme, and many glared angrily at Yang Yi as if they wanted to fight him. However, they instantly abandoned their intentions to fight him when they saw Xiao Man who stood by his side. After all, that tiger's strength was in the top 3 within the fire spirit race. So, they could only glare angrily at him and allow him to continue acting arrogantly. Yang Yi wasn't interested in arguing with them. He turned around to gaze at Qian Mei and said, I can't be bothered to make a fuss about it with them. However, you won't be that lucky. Come, I'm ready for you to kneel down and lick me. Qian Mei didn't move, and she just gazed at him with resentment. Yi Yan, you're one. Is this even necessary? Meanwhile, Qian Yan spoke abruptly. It's always best to be lenient when possible. Otherwise. Humph. Ha. Yang Yi chuckled and said, To the elder, I don't understand such principles. All I know is that I won the bet. Since your granddaughter has lost, then she should fulfill her promise. Of course, Tu the elder is a half-saint, so I would be helpless if you intend to take her away by force. After all, you're a half-saint. He might not make a fuss about it if it was anyone else. However, he would be a fool if he didn't when it was Qian Mei. Because she would definitely act against him in the future. Since it was like that, why would he give up such an opportunity? He couldn't kill her, but just humiliating her wasn't too bad. Especially when the Grand Elder had his back right now. Arrogant young men don't live for long, said Qian Yan in a low voice. I kept a very low profile before this, but all of you still came looking for trouble with me. Yang Yi continued. Since it's like that, then why should I continue acting like a weakling? Tu the elder, and that woman over there. Just be direct, are you going to kneel and lick me or not? Qian Yan intended to say something, but Qian Mei suddenly said, I'll do it. As she spoke, she walked over towards Yang Yi while everyone watched, and then she stretched out her hand to undo Yang Yi's belt. Moreover, a strand of coldness had flashed through the depths of her eyes at the same instant that she lowered her head. Yang Yi suddenly took 2 steps back and spoke angrily. What are you doing? Licking you? Qian Mei glared angrily at him. Yang Yi said, Just go ahead and lick. Why are you trying to remove my pants? How would I lick you without removing your pants? Qian Mei continued in an angry tone. Yang Yi glanced at his pants, and then he glanced at Qian Mei. Suddenly, he exploded with rage and pointed at her as he spoke angrily. You pervert! You shameless woman! I just wanted you to lick my shoes. Yet you actually wanted to lick me there. You! Are you even worthy of that? All the spectators in the surroundings were at a complete loss for words. Chapter 706. It was an insult. When had Qian Mei even been insulted like that? Moreover, it was even in public. So, a savage expression instantly appeared on her face, and she said, Yi Yang! I'll kill you! She was about to attack while she shouted. However, Xiao Man who stood by Yang Yi's side suddenly acted, and a red hammer arrived above Qian Mei's head before she could even attack Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Qian Yan acted decisively when he saw Xiao Man move, but Tong Fen obstructed him right away. The atmosphere here suddenly became tense. Yang Yi chuckled, restrained his smile, and spoke seriously. Actually, there isn't any great enmity between us. Unfortunately, you've acted against me time after time, and you even intended to kill me. I'm a man who doesn't defend unless offended. So since you've offended me, then I have no choice but to show no mercy. As he spoke, Yang Yi raised his hand and slapped Qian Mei on the right cheek. The spectators gasped. He actually dared to slap her. After all, Qian Mei's grandfather was an elder of the fire spirit race and a half-saint. Is he not afraid of death? Qian Mei seemed as if she'd been petrified. He actually dared to slap him? Slap me? Even grandfather has never laid a hand on me. Once she recovered from her shock, Qian Mei instantly seemed as if she'd gone mad, and she disregarded the hammer above her and intended to stop at nothing to tear Yang Yi into pieces. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Just hitting the right isn't fair, and it doesn't look nice." As he spoke, and while Qian Mei was just about to attack, Yang Yi swung his palm against Qian Mei's left cheek. This time, Yang Yi seemed to have used a huge amount of strength, and Qian Mei was blasted flying. "You're courting death!" Qian Yen roared furiously as he slapped his palm towards Yang Yi. Tongfen stood before Yang Yi and slapped his palm forward as well. An enormous explosion resounded from the collision, while the space in that area instantly collapsed, and then a pitch-black spatial rift swiftly swept towards the surroundings. The others in the surroundings were horrified by the sight of it, and they hurriedly shot backwards. After all, they would definitely be unable to escape death if they were sucked into the spatial rift. Fortunately, the Grand Elder acted. He waved his right hand lightly, and then the spreading spatial rift was instantly frozen on the spot, and merely an instant passed before it was completely repaired by the energy of the laws. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while a wisp of solemnness flashed through his eyes. The Grand Elder is very formidable. At the very least, he's much stronger than Xian Ming. This ends right now. All right? The Grand Elder glanced at Qian Yen and Tongfen before his gaze descended onto Yang Yi in the end. Of course. Yang Yi smiled. I'm a man. How could I possibly make a fuss about it with a woman? The mouths of the others twitched. You realize you're a man now? Why didn't you remember that when you hit her just now? Even though they thought like that, not a single one of them stepped forward to criticize him again. At this moment, they noticed that this fellow, Yi Yang, was a madman. A madman who didn't think things through at all. So, offending him would make them suffer a fate that was worse than Ao Shiyun and Qian Mei. Of course, most importantly, they'd realized that the Grand Elder intended to protect him. The Grand Elder glanced at Yang Yi before he withdrew his gaze, and he said, "Since it's like that, then let's just leave it at that. Those who intend to continue attending the marriage ceremony can stay behind, and the rest can leave. Grand Elder, could it be that my granddaughter was struck for nothing?" Meanwhile, Qian Yen spoke in a low voice. The Grand Elder replied, "Since you feel like that, then your granddaughter can slap Yi Yang twice as well. However, she must fulfill the conditions of the bet. All right? Looks like you intend to protect that human," said Qian Yen. The Grand Elder said, "Qian Yen, there needs to be reason when doing anything within our race. You've lost, so you must pay a price. If Yi Yang lost, he would have to pay a price as well. Understand?" Qian Yen fell silent for a while before he smiled. "Good. Very good. The world is always changing. I still have a very long time." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Qian Mei before both of them vanished on the spot. "Yi Yang, I swear that'll kill you!" At the moment both of them vanished, Qian Mei's ferocious roar suddenly resounded. Yang Yi chuckled and didn't care at all. Because of the conflict they had with Yang Yi, most of the people here didn't stay behind. It wasn't long before only a few people remained, and it included that masked man and the woman who stood by his side. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the masked man, and then his brows knit together slightly because the man made him feel quite uncomfortable. "Let's go!" The woman by his side suddenly pulled on his wrist. The masked man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he left with the woman. After the masked man left, Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at Bai Qin. "What? You intend to continue betting? Who exactly are you? Bai Chen gritted his teeth. Had thought that his sword Dao was the strongest in the hallowed grounds besides Zhuangfeng. No, it should be said that he felt he wasn't even inferior to Zhuangfeng. But he hadn't expected that he would actually encounter someone with heaven-rank sword intent at the fire spirit race. No one could understand how he felt right now. Yang Yi said, I fought Zhuangfeng before he left for Profounder Continent. You would definitely not be a match for him if he attained the monarch realm. Because his sword was much purer than yours, and his heart towards the sword Dao was stronger. The reason I'm wasting my breath on you is because you're a sword cultivator as well. So, I'm doing it out of consideration for the sword Dao and not you. Bai Chen fell silent for a short while before he suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, I'll defeat you. I definitely will. You're very welcome to do so if you do it in an open and upright manner. Yang Yi continued. However, if you try to play tricks like you had just now, then I guarantee that 100,000 beasts of desire will be waiting for you. Bai Chen took a deep glance at Yang Yi before he turned around and left. You possessed a natural treasure and comprehended heaven-rank sword intent. You're absolutely not an ordinary person, so who exactly are you? Meanwhile, the 4th elder spoke abruptly. I picked him up on the ground. Xiaoman spoke abruptly. In any case, he's absolutely not a spy. The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched. Does she think I'm an object? She picked me up? That sounds so terrible. Can't you just say that you rescued me? Yang Yi replied. If you think that I'm a spy, then I can leave the fire spirit race once I've recuperated. Or you can send me away from here right now. No! Xiaoman and the half-saints shouted at practically the exact same moment. Yang Yi was stunned. You're mine. Xiaoman looked Yang Yi in the eyes and spoke in an extremely serious tone. In our race, it's a huge humiliation for a woman to be abandoned. If you dare to abandon me, then I'll kill myself, and kill you. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Xiaoman seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with what she'd said, and she immediately corrected herself. I'll kill you, then take my own life. Right, that's it. Meanwhile, one of the elders said, 4th elder didn't have any ill intent. He was just quite curious because of the treasure you possessed and the strength you revealed. After all, I presume that even if it's in the hallowed halls, there are very few who can give out a natural treasure as their dowry and possess heaven-rank sword intent. Moreover, we really don't have a good relationship with the hallowed halls. Of course, it doesn't matter even if you're from the hallowed halls. Because the defiant Profounders are about to emerge from the seal, so we'll still join forces with them regardless of how bad our relationship is. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Looks like I won't be able to leave the fire spirit race for now. But it's fine because I haven't recovered completely. I would really be giving my life away if I left and encountered Xianming's group. Alright. So many things occurred tonight, and it has delayed your wedding night. We old men will stop disturbing the two of you. As he spoke, the Grand Elder and the 4th Elder's figures shook slightly and vanished on the spot. Don't break Xiaoman's heart, or I'll kill you no matter who you are. Tongfen spoke these words before vanishing on the spot. Xiaoman's room. Xiaoman gazed excitedly at the pile of fire crystals on the table, and she said, This is 30 years old, this is 100 years old. Wow! This is 200 years old. Little Yang, we're rich. Little Yang. Yang Yi's face darkened. Had seriously and solemnly refused such a nickname, but Xiaoman disregarded his protests. Yang Yi shook his head, withdrew a 1,000-year-old fire crystals, and passed it to her. He said, This is for you, it should be helpful to you. Besides those fire crystals which he gave the Grand Elder, had won a total of 6 1,000-year-old fire crystals from Qianyan. Had given 2 to Xiaoman, so he had 4 more. After he found out how important the fire crystals were, he understood that they were very precious. Because they could create monarch realm experts. However, he didn't feel any reluctance because a few fire crystals were nothing when compared to his life. Xiaoman fell silent as she gazed at the fire crystal. What's wrong? Asked Yang Yi. Xiaoman suddenly said. Why are you being so nice to me? Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and he said, You saved my life. She replied, I was just using you. Using me? Yang Yi smiled. How? By marrying me? Xiaoman nodded. Yang Yi smiled and said, If it's that, then I forgive you. But am quite curious. What exactly made you forcefully drag me here to marry you? She replied, A huge amount of fire poison appeared within my grandfather's body from a problem in his cultivation. So, he wouldn't be able to live for long. He knew that I would definitely be bullied once he passed away, and I might even be killed. So, he forced me to marry someone. Because so long as a pregnant woman of the fire spirit race doesn't violate the rules of the race, then no one can harm that woman. I'd originally intended to find someone to put on a show and trick him, but I never expected that I would encounter you, and I never imagined that I would even obtain a type of fire element natural treasure. It's the first time I've taken the possessions of another, but I had no other choice because it could save my grandfather. I, Xiaoman, don't want to owe anyone anything in my lifetime, so, you're prepared to give yourself to me. Because you wouldn't owe me anything then, right? Said Yang Yi. She nodded in response. Yang Yi sighed softly. Silly girl. Do you realize that you saved me? If you killed me at that time, the nether ghost flame would still be yours, and you wouldn't have to feel that you owed me anything. Understand? Xiaoman blinked and said, Why didn't you say so? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 707. Miss Xiaoman, since we've cleared the air between us, then I feel that it isn't necessary for us to be married. Regardless of whether it's the nether ghost flame or those 1,000-year-old fire crystals, they aren't as valuable as my life. So, in short, I still owe you, and not the other way around. Thus, you don't have to wrong yourself and marry someone you don't like. Yang Yi knew that he wasn't someone who could give his undivided attention and affection to a single person, but he didn't want to be like a breeding horse. Because every single woman he accepted would cause Su Qingshi, Xiao Yushi, and the others to feel a little sadder. Moreover, while he had a good impression of Xiaoman because she'd saved his life, he was very clearly aware that it wasn't love. Besides that, Xiaoman merely had a slightly good impression and felt some guilt towards him. It was impossible for her to feel love for him as well. Both of them didn't love each other, so if they were to be united because of this, then it would definitely cause a tragedy for them in the future. Xiaoman fell silent for a short while upon hearing Yang Yi, and she said, What you said makes sense. But everyone knows that we've been united in marriage. I would really lose face if we split up right now. Moreover, the old geezer will definitely think that you were just playing with me because humans frequently play with women. If that happens, then you'll definitely die. Yang Yi thought for a moment and felt that she made sense. After all, the reason had been able to gain a foothold in the fire spirit race was mainly because they felt he was Xiaoman's husband. The reason the Grand Elder and Tongfen had protected him were mainly because of that as well. Once he made their true relationship clear, then Qian Yan would definitely be the first to look for trouble with him. If he was at his prime, then he would naturally have no need to fear a half-saint. After all, he could run even if he wasn't a match for his opponent. But even two Monarch Realm experts could crush him in his current state. Why don't we fake it for now? Xiaoman spoke abruptly. In that way, you can safely recuperate here, and I can feel at ease from helping you. What do you think? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, All right. But I would owe you another favor because of that. Xiaoman was quite displeased by his reaction. Why do you keep talking about favors? Your flame saved my grandfather, and that's equivalent to saving me. In short, it'll show you no mercy if you continue treating me like an outsider. Yang Yi smiled and said, All right. At the very least, we can be considered to be friends now. It really isn't good to act like that to a friend. Xiaoman nodded and said, That's how it should be. As she spoke, she passed the two 1,000-year-old fire crystals she had and the other fire crystals to Yang Yi and said, They belong to you, so keep them. Especially these 1,000-year-old fire crystals. They'll be extremely useful once you attain the monarch realm. In the future, don't be such a fool and give them away just like that, understand? Yang Yi shook his head and pushed them back to her. We agreed that we wouldn't treat each other as outsiders, but you're doing it right now. That isn't good. Xiaoman gazed at him for a short while, and she finally took them when she noticed the firm expression on his face. Alright, then I'll be taking them. I'm going to sleep, are you coming? Yang Yi was speechless. They were still acting, so they were living in the same room. Of course, Yang Yi didn't get on the bed and sleep with her. The important matter at hand for him was to recover. Besides recovering, he was prepared to utilize the fire crystals and water soul to charge into the monarch realm. Since he arrived at the hallowed grounds, Yang Yi gained a clear understanding of how insufficient his cultivation at the Exalt realm was. Only by attaining the monarch realm would he be able to resist half-saints and survive in the hallowed grounds. Of course, only by attaining the monarch realm would he have the chance to retrieve the sword precursor. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on a chair as he withdrew a 1,000-year-old fire crystal and swallowed it. It had just entered his body when he felt like a piece of molten metal had been thrown into his body. Moreover, he seemed like a spirit vein that was filled with and covered by seemingly material energy. Xiaoman's eyes carried a trace of bewilderment as she gazed at Yang Yi, who sat cross-legged on the chair. She was no fool. She was very clearly aware that the identity of this fellow who shed dragged back here was definitely not ordinary. Regardless of whether it was the natural treasure or the heaven-rank sword intent, both of them revealed that he was definitely not ordinary. Of course, besides a mysterious identity, she felt that he was stupid. After all, only an idiot would just give away a natural treasure and 1,000-year-old fire crystals. But why does this idiot seem so pleasing to me? Xiaoman grinned as she held the fire crystals in her grasp, and then she fell asleep. Just like that, 3 days had passed, and Yang Yi was still seated cross-legged on the spot while 10 extreme-grade energy stones remained on his lap. Yang Yi had utterly underestimated the 1,000-year-old fire crystal. Because he still hadn't fully absorbed the energy of the fire crystal after consuming almost 100 extreme-grade energy stones. This allowed him to understand why those half-saints attached such importance to the 1,000-year-old fire crystals. Because it really was a precious treasure. In these 3 days of time, the energy provided by both the extreme-grade energy stones and 1,000-year-old fire crystal had allowed him to recover from 90% of his injuries. However, he didn't stop because recovering was only the one step, and the most important step was to charge into the monarch realm. He didn't dare to charge into the monarch realm while residing above ground because he would die if Xian Ning and the others caught him. So, he had no choice but to attain the monarch realm within the territory of the fire spirit race. Because this was one of the only places that the hallowed halls wasn't able to interfere. Moreover, it was the only place that he could rest at ease while charging into the monarch realm and wouldn't have to worry about a half-saint suddenly attacking him. While Yang Yi was recovering from his injuries, Xiaoman didn't stay idle as well, and she too consumed a 1,000-year-old fire crystal. At this moment, she was absorbing the energy within it. 1,000-year-old fire crystals were extremely beneficial even to half-saints, so Yang Yi had clearly noticed that Xiaoman's aura was growing stronger throughout this period. Just like that, both of them started to madly absorb the energy of fire crystals in the room. 5 days later, Yang Yi's injuries were completely healed. As he gazed at the 1,000-year-old fire crystals that laid before him, Yang Yi didn't hesitate to pick another up and swallow it. At the same time, he withdrew over 100 extreme-grade energy stones and placed them around himself. Just like that, Yang Yi seemed like a vortex of energy while the energy that came from within the fire crystal and energy stones completely enveloped him. However, Yang Yi felt that it still wasn't sufficient, and he withdrew another 100 extreme-grade energy stones and placed them around himself. In an instant, the entire room was filled with dense energy. Qian Mai's room. At this moment, she was venting madly. There were 2 handsome men on her bed, and they were ceaselessly entangled with her while shaking incessantly like madmen. The entire bed was shaking and shaking violently as if it would collapse at any moment. H! Faster! 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 Suddenly, Qian Mei started howling hysterically. At the same time, one of the men who was on top of her started speeding up. Ah! Suddenly, Qian Mei screamed while she started trembling violently like a bolt of lightning had surged into her. Her figure trembled continuously for a short while before she finally calmed down. Suddenly, 2 rays of cold light flashed, and then both the men were completely lifeless. Who's there? Qian Mei sat up swiftly, and a masked man was suddenly standing before her bed. Who are you? Qian Mei stood on her bed with a vigilant expression on her face, and she didn't seem to feel any embarrassment from being completely naked. The masked man spoke abruptly. Do you want to kill Yi Yam? The profound energy within her surged in secret as she asked. What are you trying to say? He repeated his question. Do you want to kill him or not? Qian Mei took a deep and long glance at him before she spoke with a ferocious expression covering her face. Of course I do. I've never been so humiliated throughout my lifetime. I wish for nothing more than to skin him alive and drink his blood. But he has the Grand Elder and Tong Fen's protection, so what can we do? Even my grandfather is helpless against him right now. The masked man replied. The hallowed hall sent news that the seal on the defiant profounders has suddenly loosened, and it requested the assistance of the fire spirit race. So, the Grand Elder, Tong Feng, your grandfather, and the others have left for now while the remaining half-saints of the fire spirit race are in closed-door cultivation. In other words, he doesn't have any backing right now. Moreover, based on my observation, he'll definitely be trying to break through into the monarch realm soon. That's our best opportunity and final opportunity. I can tell you for a fact that even your grandfather wouldn't be able to kill him once he attains the monarch realm. Qian Mei grunted coldly and said, Monarch realm experts are like ants before my grandfather. The masked man didn't refute her and just said, It's our best opportunity to kill him. So are you up for it or not? Are you sure that the Grand Elder and the others have left? Asked Qian Mei. The masked man replied, Of course. Qian Mei revealed a savage smile. Even the heavens are helping me. I'll go kill him right now. She was about to head over while she spoke. The masked man suddenly said, You'll be giving your life away if you head over right now. Her face turned cold. What? He replied. According to my speculation, he has probably recovered from his injuries now. So you'll only be giving your life away if you head over right now. Don't doubt my words. He's 10 times or even a few dozen times stronger than you ever imagined. Are you trying to scare me? Qian Mei naturally didn't believe him. The masked man said, Not to mention anything else, you can't even deal with his heaven-rank sword intent. What would you do if you alarm him? Qian Mei thought for a moment and felt that it made sense, so she said, Then what do you plan to do? Wait until the critical moment when he's charging into the monarch realm, and then launch a surprise attack, replied the masked man. Why do you want to kill him? Who are you? Qian Mei suddenly spoke with a vigilant tone. The masked man said, You'll understand in the future. You just have to understand that we both want to kill the same person. I only have a single request. I want one of his possessions, and you can have all the rest, including the fire crystals he possesses. Right at this moment, Qian Mei suddenly attacked. She instantly arrived before the masked man, and then slapped her palm towards him. However, she had merely just swung her palm forward when head vanished on the spot, and he was already behind her. Qian Mei's expression changed violently, and then she turned around and gazed at him with a serious expression. Who exactly are you? I'm not your enemy. The masked man continued, If I'm not wrong, then he'll be charging into the monarch realm by tomorrow. That would be our opportunity to act. Right, if it's possible, then get more people to join us. You should have friends in the fire spirit race after all. Let me give you one final warning, don't act arbitrarily. Because he's much, much stronger than you imagined. I'll explain it like this. If I were to fight him in a one-on-one battle, then it would mostly end with my death. When he spoke up to this point, The masked man's figure shook slightly and vanished on the spot. Xian Mai's entire body felt cold. A day later, phenomenon of the heavens and the earth suddenly appeared in the sky above Yan Ye's room. All the members of the fire spirit race were shocked because it represented that someone was charging into the monarch realm. Chapter 708. With Yan Yi at the center, the spirit energy in an area of a few hundred kilometers started surging madly towards Yan Yi. Everyone in the surroundings was astounded by this scene, and all of them rushed over to Yan Ye's room. Is Yi Yang advancing into the monarch realm? Or is that tigress about to break through? It should be Yi Yang. Such movement would only arise from an advancement into the monarch realm. Isn't it a little too grand? Who knows? Let's just watch. This wasn't the end of it at all. The room Yan Yi resided in was like a black hole, and the energy in the surroundings were being ceaselessly sucked into the room. Less than 15 minutes had passed before the energy within an area of 50 kilometers had been completely sucked away. All of it had converged around Yan Ye's room, and then surged like torrents into the room. Yan Yi was absorbing the energy like a madman. The energy was converted by the primordial pagoda upon entering his body, and it was transformed into threads of violet profound energy which flowed throughout his body. Meanwhile, his body was like a black hole that madly absorbed the violet profound energy. At this moment, the energy from within the extreme great energy stones, the energy from within the 1,000-year-old fire crystals, and the profound energy which Yan Yi had absorbed was sufficient for 2 people to attain the monarch realm. However, it was far from sufficient for Yan Yi. Because all the energy was filtered upon entering his body, so only an extremely small amount of violet profound energy was formed in the end. Yan Yi had no choice but to swallow another 1,000-year-old fire crystal, and he withdrew 500 more extreme great energy stones. Moreover, the primordial pagoda within him had started to get to work. The primordial pagoda made the energy within an area of 500 kilometers start to surge towards Yan Ye's room, and then transform into pure energy that entered into him. After that, they were converted into violet profound energy by the primordial pagoda before finally flowing through Yan Ye's body. Xiaoman had stopped cultivating right now, and her eyes were fixed on Yan Yi. What's going on with that fellow? He has absorbed that much energy, yet it's actually still not enough. Xiaoman was extremely puzzled because she hadn't absorbed so much energy when breaking through into the monarch realm. Yet now, this fellow who sat before her had almost absorbed 2 times the energy she absorbed that day. Moreover, it seemed like it was still far from sufficient. Are you attaining the monarch realm or the half-saint realm? She spoke softly. It wasn't just Xiaoman who was surprised. All the other profounders from the human race and fire spirit race and the surroundings were of the same mind. The energy in an area of 500 kilometers had surged into Yan Ye's room, and such a scene would only occur when a 9th-rank monarch realm expert was charging into the half-saint realm. Yet now, this fellow, Yi Yang, was just a 9th-rank exalt realm profounder. Who exactly is he? Qian Mais asked in a low voice. The masked man was standing by her side, and there were over 100 profounders of the fire spirit race standing behind them. Moreover, over 50 of them were at the monarch realm. They were the help that Qian Mei had gathered, and most of them were those who'd lost the bet to Yan Yi and intended to take revenge for the humiliation they suffered. Qian Mei had a solemn expression on her face while she gazed at the energy that surrounded Yan Ye's room. It wasn't just her, the others who stood behind her were the same. They were very clearly aware that the stronger one was and the greater one's natural talent was, the more energy would be required to charge into the monarch realm. This scene before their eyes told them that the strength and natural talent of the person within the room had far surpassed their own. You still intend to kill him regardless of who he is, right? Said the masked man. Even though I want to kill him, it doesn't mean that I want to be used. Qian Mei spoke coldly. I've investigated you. Shui Ling brought you here as her partner, but she knows nothing about you. It's even to the extent that both of you still haven't shared the same room until now. So, you've definitely come to the fire spirit race's territory with some other objective. Is that important? the masked man replied. Is my identity really that important? Of course it is. Qianmei spoke coldly. Even though I want to kill Yi Yang and that bitch, Xiaoman, it doesn't represent that I'll join forces with an outsider to deal with members of my own race. The masked man fell silent for a short while, and then he said, I underestimated you a little. I can tell you that I didn't come here in order to act against the fire spirit race. Moreover, would you even believe me if I said that I'd come here with such intentions? Then what are you doing here? She pursued an answer. The masked man gazed at Yang Ye's room and said, I came for him. She repeated her question. Then who is he? The masked man replied. You'll naturally find out once he's dead. I only have a single objective here, and it's to kill him and obtain something from him. I'll leave immediately once I'm done. At that time, you can feel free to notify the half-saints of your race if I still refuse to leave. As for now, we should join forces and not doubt each other. Otherwise, we won't just be unable to kill him, he might kill us instead. Qianmei took a deep and long glance at the masked man before she moved her gaze towards Yang Ye's room. She said, I'm growing more and more curious about his identity. But it's fine, Hell definitely died today even if he's a genius ranked on the hallowed rankings of your hallowed halls. In the room, Yang Ye's entire body was undergoing a transformation. The advancement into the monarch realm stressed upon a complete qualitative transformation of the body. Actually, any other ordinary person would have broken through a long time ago, but Yang Yi was different. Because his body had been cleansed by the primordial violet energy. So, ordinary energy was utterly useless towards his body. Only purified energy, the violet profound energy, was capable of affecting his body. But in that way, he needed an extremely terrifying amount of profound energy to complete the transformation. If profound energy was compared to water droplets, then 100 water droplets were needed to form a droplet of violet profound energy. So, he had no choice but to consume another 1,000-year-old fire crystal. More and more people were gathering outside Yang Ye's room. I scanned the surroundings just now. The energy within an area of 500 kilometers have been completely absorbed by Yi Yang. Is he really breaking through into the monarch realm and not the half-saint realm? Even though it's quite a shocking scene, it's still a little inferior when compared to an advancement into the half-saint realm. Half-saints are equivalent to peak experts of this world, and they are capable of seizing the fortune of the heavens. The energy required to attain such a realm isn't something that just this little bit of spirit energy can fulfill. Even double the current amount wouldn't be sufficient. But it doesn't seem like an advancement into the monarch realm. Humph! The greater a genius' natural talent is, the more difficult it is to advance into the monarch realm, and the heavenly tribulation they faced would grow stronger as well. It seems to me like he'll definitely lose his life beneath the heavenly tribulation. Even if he can escape death from his heavenly tribulation, he can't escape his mortal tribulation. Hee. Qianmei will definitely not let this opportunity slip by. If it's needed, I wouldn't mind giving him an extra blow so that he understands that the arrogant don't live long. But what if he succeeds? So what if he does? There are countless people here who want to see him dead. Can he fight so many on his own? All of us just have to spit once, and we can drown him to death. Don't you think so too? That does make sense. Then it's decided. We'll attack at the critical moment, so even if we can't kill him, we'll still make him fail. All right. A cold smile arose on the corners of Qianmei's mouth as she gazed at them. As they say, the wages of sin is death. He's dead even if he has 100 lives. The masked man spoke abruptly. If he doesn't, then all of us will die. Why do you keep talking him up yet talking us down? Qianmei was displeased. So what if he has comprehended heaven-rank sword intent? Could it be that he can fight so many of us by himself? Perhaps? The masked man spoke softly while a cold glow flashed on the center of his palm. Bang! Right at this moment, Yang Ye's room exploded apart, and an extremely formidable aura swept like a storm towards the surroundings. However, it wasn't long before this imposing aura shrunk back. The monarch realm. I've succeeded? Yang Ye's eyes were still slightly closed while the remaining energy in the surroundings was still surging into him. Let's attack? Qian Mei spoke ferociously. The masked man shook his head and said, He still has to face his heavenly tribulation. Well, act while he's resisting it. Bang! Another loud explosion resounded, and then a bolt of black-colored divine lightning that was over 300 m long and 30 m wide had suddenly appeared in the air above Yang Yi. The divine lightning didn't descend straight towards Yang Yi but circled the sky above him. At the same time, more and more black-colored divine lightning appeared incessantly. It wasn't long before the entire sky was covered in huge bolts of black divine lightning. It was like the end of the world had arrived. The expressions of everyone here changed when they saw the divine lightning, and then they took numerous steps back. After that, all of them withdrew their weapons. Black divine lightning! He's a defiant profounder! He's actually a defiant profounder! How could this be possible? One of the profounders from the fire spirit race cried out involuntarily with shock. At this moment, Qian Mei was stunned as well. She hadn't imagined that Yi Yang would actually be a defiant profounder. He's actually a defiant profounder. Suddenly, she swiftly turned her head towards the masked man and said, No wonder you were so afraid of him. So he was a defiant profounder. He's actually a defiant profounder. Ha! He'll definitely die even if he's breaking through into the half-saint realm now. The masked man didn't speak, but a trace of bewilderment flashed through his eyes. At this moment, Xiaoman was dumbstruck as well. She gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief and said, A defiant profounder. You're actually a defiant profounder. Kill him! Kill him! Meanwhile, someone shouted, and then over a dozen people charged at Yang Yi. At the same time, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 709. A ray of cold light flashed. Hiss! The heads of 3 people at the front of the group instantly flew into the air while their bodies were still charging forward, and they charged forward for another 3 meters before the 3 headless corpses finally stopped moving and crashed to the ground. All the others stopped on the spot and gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. All those 3 corpses belonged to Monarch Realm experts. However, 3 Monarch Realm experts had died just like that right before them, and they hadn't even been able to discern how he did it. It was instant annihilation. Had instantly annihilated 3 Monarch Realm experts. All of them were dazed. At this moment, Qian Mei and the others were shocked. 3 Monarch Realm experts. He instantly annihilated 3 Monarch Realm experts. Is he a half-saint? Rumble! Meanwhile, more and more black divine lightning converged in the sky, and the rumbling they emanated resounded incessantly by the ears of everyone. Some profounders who were beneath the Monarch Realm were even instantly shaken to the point they bled from all 7 apertures. Rumble! Another wave of loud rumbling resounded before a black pillar of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, and it descended straight down towards Yang Yi. Moreover, as soon as it descended, the lightning in the sky instantly started descending as well. Almost 1,000 pillars of lightning descended in succession towards Yang Yi. Everyone! Attack! This is our best opportunity to kill him! Right at this moment, a voice resounded, and then countless rays of silver light covered the heavens and the earth as they shot towards Yang Yi. Qian Mei glanced at the masked man because he was the one who spoke those words. She pondered deeply for a moment before a savage expression appeared on her face as she said, He's a defiant profounder. He can't be allowed to overcome his heavenly tribulation. Attack! This is our best opportunity. Attack! With Qian Mei and the masked man in the lead, all those profounders who had been terrified by Yang Yi instantly felt confident once more. They hesitated briefly before practically 90% of the people here charged once more towards Yang Yi. A ferocious expression flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he saw them charging towards him. As the wise men of the past said, even if one avoided trouble, trouble might come on its own. Yang Yi flicked his finger, and then a strand of sword chi formed an arc that swept forward. The silver light that just arrived before him was instantly blasted into dispersion, and then some of the figures at the front of the group were instantly slashed apart at the waist. Shatter! Right at this moment, the masked man shouted furiously, and then a ray of cold light suddenly smashed against Yang Yi's sword energy. An explosion resounded, and then the sword sheath was blasted apart. Yang Yi glanced at the masked man, and then he casually waved his hand upward. A ray of light flashed and collided with the black divine lightning that led the group. Bang! That pillar of black divine light was blasted apart, and transformed into arcs of electricity that dispersed towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, numerous Monarch Realm experts had arrived in front of Yang Yi. They were just about to attack when a ray of light flashed once more, and then their heads instantly flew into the air. Die! The masked man suddenly shouted furiously once more. As soon as his voice resounded, a silver needle that was as long as a finger transformed into a ray of silver light that appeared before the center of Yang Yi's forehead. However, 2 fingers clamped down upon it at the instant it was about to pierce through Yang Yi's skin. After that, the silver needle shot backward at extremely swift speed and instantly arrived before the masked man. The masked man's pupils constricted as his hands moved swiftly, and an expanse of silver light flashed forward. Clinking sounds resounded as almost 100 silver needles transformed into pieces that scattered to the ground. Yang Yi paid no further attention to the masked man. He flicked his finger upward, and a strand of sword she shot up to strike against a pillar of lightning that had arrived above his head. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded, and then the pillar of lightning was blasted apart. Meanwhile, the attacks of a few dozen Monarch Realm experts smashed against him. Bang! Yang Yi took 5 steps back. At this moment, one of the pillars of lightning struck down upon him, and he was drowned beneath its brilliance. The others were stunned, and then they were overjoyed. He's dead? In an instant, a strand of sword energy shot up from within the lightning's brilliance, and then over a dozen pillars of lightning were blasted apart. Yang Yi appeared before them once more. At this moment, besides a few spots of clothes that had been blasted apart, there wasn't a single injury on his body. All of them were astounded, and their eyes were filled with terror. Especially Qian Mei. Her mind was completely blank as she gazed at him with astonishment. The masked man's warning had caused her to raise her expectations of Yang Yi's strength, but she noticed to her horror that it was just as the masked man had said. Yang Yi's strength was many times or even more than 10 times stronger than she had imagined. Since all of you are so desperate to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and then 100 swords suddenly flashed out. He controlled them with his will, and they transformed into rays of light that charged into the crowd. In an instant, shrill cries resounded incessantly. The Monarch Realm experts amongst them were in comparatively favorable situations, but the profounders below the Monarch Realm weren't able to resist a single attack from Yang Yi, and they were instantly annihilated. Moreover, while they weren't killed in an instant, some Monarch Realm experts were heavily injured. Yang Yi paid no attention to them. He raised his head and gazed at the pillars of lightning instead, while a trace of a heavy gaze appeared in his eyes. While had destroyed many of those pillars of lightning, there were many more left. Moreover, they were growing progressively stronger. At this moment, the energy contained within every single pillar of lightning could instantly annihilate a first-rank Monarch Realm expert with ease. Most importantly, he felt that these pillars of black divine lightning weren't the final wave of his heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, a ray of violet light and a bolt of lightning flashed, and then the violet mink and Lei Lin appeared by Yang Yi's side. What are the two of you doing here? Yang Yi frowned a little. He hadn't allowed them to come out here because they would be in danger if a half-saint suddenly attacked them. The violet mink revealed an innocent expression and pointed at Lei Lin. On the other hand, Lei Lin was looking at the divine lightning in the sky, and she was blinking incessantly while drool flowed incessantly down her mouth. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he saw her like that, and then he said, "You want to eat that?" Lei Lin nodded forcefully. Yang Yi said, "Are you sure that you can?" She nodded forcefully again. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he said, "Then go ahead. I'll protect you." Lei Lin grinned, and then she flashed to the sky above Yang Yi and opened her mouth. The others watched with horror and astonishment as the black pillar of lightning suddenly shrunk progressively before finally becoming the size of a finger. In the end, it was sucked into her mouth. Lei Lin patted her stomach with a greedy expression, and then she opened her mouth again. The others in the surroundings were petrified. That little girl is actually eating black divine lightning? That's divine lightning. Even defiant profoundness fear it. But she ate it just like that? You're dead! Right at this moment, a furious howl suddenly resounded. The others looked over towards the source of the voice, and they saw the masked man suddenly toss a black jade tube towards Yang Yi. The jade tube flashed through the sky and trembled slightly. It was just about to release something when a ray of violet light suddenly appeared on it, and then it was gone. The masked man was stunned. Suddenly, he looked towards the violet mink who was by Yang Yi's side. At this moment, the violet mink was sizing up the jade tube with a curious expression. "Give my space tube back to me!" The masked man's eyes almost split open from rage. The violet mink blinked, and then she tossed it lightly towards the masked man. Not only was he not delighted by this, the masked man's expression even changed drastically, and then countless barriers of profound energy swiftly appeared on him. When Qian Mei, who stood by his side, witnessed this scene, she hurriedly covered herself in layers of profound energy shields. However, some of the fire spirit race's profounders by her side were still dazed. Finally, when it was about to descend from the air, the black jade tube suddenly became 100 times larger than it was. After that, countless rays of silver light rained down from it like a storm of silver rain, and it was even extremely swiftly. Everyone here was astounded. It was already too late when some of them wanted to dodge it. Their bodies were instantly pierced by countless silver needles, and they were densely covered in needle holes. On the other hand, some comparatively stronger Monarch Realm experts reacted in time, and they formed profound energy barriers around themselves. However, the profound energy barriers merely lasted for less than 2 breaths of time before they were penetrated. Howls of pain resounded incessantly as countless people crashed to the ground. Less than 2 breaths of time passed before blood had formed a river on the ground. Moreover, the group of a few hundred here only had less than 10 still standing. Yang Yi was shocked as well because he hadn't expected that the jade tube would actually be that terrifying. After all, most of the corpses on the ground belonged to Monarch Realm experts. Even the attacks he launched with 100 swords weren't able to create such an effect. What exactly was that black jade tube? At the same time, he felt fortunate in his heart. Because if it wasn't for the little fellow, then those silver needles would have descended onto him. Even though he was confident that his body could resist them, injuries would be unavoidable. However, he couldn't allow himself to be injured at all right now because he had an even stronger enemy. The Heaven Tao. Even though he was at the Monarch Realm right now, it was far from over, and all his previous hard work would be wasted if he couldn't resist the heavenly tribulation. The violet mink blinked. She hadn't imagined that something she casually tossed at them would actually be so formidable, and killed a huge amount of people just like that. She was very afraid that Yang Yi would scold her for causing trouble, so she immediately flashed over to Yang Yi's shoulder and started to ceaselessly rub her head against his cheek. Yang Yi smiled and consoled her before he gestured with his right hand, and then the black jade tube fell into his grasp. After that, he gazed at the masked man, Qian Mei, and the others. Even though they'd been able to resist it, they were clearly injured, and there were no less than 100 needle holes on each of them. The masked man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I never expected that you cut the crap and die." Yang Yi flicked his finger repeatedly, and then over a dozen strands of sword she shot forward. However, a woman suddenly appeared here. She held a sword in her left hand while a saber resided in her right grasp. She swiftly waved both her hands, and then a strand of sword chi and saber chi formed a cross that surged forward. Hiss! Yang Yi's sword chi was instantly blasted apart, and the sword and saber chi didn't slow down in the slightest as they arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi smashed his fist forward, and they were immediately blasted into pieces. The woman glanced at the corpses on the ground and said, "You killed all of them. You cut the crap and die as well." Yang Yi took a step forward and made a grasping motion with his hand. A sword appeared in his grasp before it shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 710. The sword emanated a long ray of light that shot towards the woman. Everywhere it passed, a huge spatial rift was created. Moreover, the space around the sword itself was actually trembling violently as if it was suffering the impact of a terrifying force. 11th level sword intent. It ripped through space. Qian Mai's pupils constricted into the size of needles when she witnessed this scene, and it was like she had lost her soul. Because her senses told her that she would be utterly incapable resisting that attack if it was aimed at her. At this moment, she finally understood what the masked man said, and she understood why the masked man was so afraid of that fellow who was called Yi Yang. Because he was too terrifying. The expression of that woman who appeared in front of Yang Yi had changed as well. She hadn't expected that a casual swing of his sword would actually be so terrifying. She possessed 1st level heaven rank sword intent as well, but the sword intent contained within that attack actually felt extremely dangerous to her. She didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. She held tightly onto her sword and saber as she crossed them together and slashed forward. "Helix blade!" As soon as she spoke, a strand of saber chi and sword chi flashed forward. They actually started to twist around swiftly once they shot forward, and they formed a helix. Most importantly, they were actually both at the 11th level of sword intent and saber intent. Qian Mei and the others watched as the helix of saber and sword chi smashed against Yang Yi's attack. A moment of silence ensued, and then the helix exploded into pieces while Yang Yi's attack didn't slow down at all. It instantly arrived before the woman. The woman's pupils constricted violently while horror appeared in her eyes for the very first time. She knew that she had completely underestimated the strength of this man who stood before her. His sword had arrived before her, so it was impossible to dodge. She had no choice but to raise both her sword and saber to block it. Bang! Her figure was blasted over 100 m away before she smashed against the wall, and the wall shook violently before it crumbled down. But it wasn't long before the woman stood up once more. She had just stood up and was about to attack when she noticed to her astonishment that both her saber and sword were actually gone. At this moment, she finally recalled that they'd been instantly blasted apart just now. They were both Tao artifacts. She suppressed the astonishment in her heart and gazed at Yang Yi. "Who exactly are you?" Yang Yi didn't answer her, and he just looked up instead. At this moment, Lei Lin was still absorbing the lightning, and changes had started to occur to her as she absorbed countless pillars of black divine lightning. Her body had grown slightly larger while her aura was much stronger than before. Even though the black divine lightning was no threat to her at all until now, Yang Yi still didn't feel comfortable in his heart. "He's a defiant profounder!" Meanwhile, Qian Mei shouted abruptly, "Su Jiqing, kill him! Kill him quickly!" She was truly terrified of that man called Yi Yang. Not only was she terrified by his strength, she was terrified by his bloody methods. A defiant profounder. Su Jiqing's expression changed drastically. She flipped her palms, and a flaming blade and icy sword appeared in her grasp. She said, "Defiant profounder! You actually dared to trespass into my fire spirit race's territory and even started a slaughter here! How audacious!" As she spoke, a strand of flames shot out from within her, and then it flew up into the sky and exploded apart before it vanished completely. "Right, kill him! Kill him!" Qian Mai's entire face had warped. She knew that if he didn't die, then she would be the one to die. However, Su Jiqing didn't attack immediately because she wasn't the slightest bit confident in her ability to fight him. Her main objective right now was to delay this defiant profounder because she had called for backup. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and shot it towards Qian Mei. Qian Mei's expression changed violently and instinctively took a few steps back while speaking fiercely. Yi Yang! If you dare to kill me, then my My grandfather will definitely chase you to the ends of the world to kill you. My grandfather is a half-saint. No matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than a half-saint. Kneel down and beg for mercy right now, then maybe my grandfather might let you live. Fool! Yan Yi flicked his fingers repeatedly, and then 4 strands of sword chi shot forward. Qian Mei was horrified. But Su Jiqing suddenly shouted fiercely, and a strand of sword chi and saber chi flashed towards Yan Ye's sword chi. However, they were just about to smash against Yan Ye's sword chi when a ray of violet light collided against them. The violet light exploded apart with the sword chi and saber chi, and they dispersed in midair. Su Jiqing gazed at the violet mink who sat on Yang Ye's shoulder, and the violet mink blinked in response before waving her little claw as if she were showing off. H! Meanwhile, a shrill cry resounded from Qian Mei. Su Jiqing looked over and saw Qian Mei's limbs had actually been pierced by the sword chi, causing blood to flow incessantly from them. Meanwhile, a ray of violet light enveloped Qian Mei, and then she vanished on the spot before appearing right before Yang Ye's feet. What are you going to do to her? Su Jiqing shouted furiously. Yan Yi laughed coldly and said, My intuition tells me that your status in the fire spirit race is definitely not low. Since that's the case, then I'll spare you for now. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a Dao rank sword appeared in his grasp before he swung it. Su Jiqing was horrified. She was just about to counterattack, but it was too late, and 4 strands of sword chi had pierced through her arms and legs. How swift! As soon as she finished speaking these words, her figure vanished on the spot and appeared before Yang Ye's feet. Su Jiqing's eyes were filled with a dazed expression because she had actually been unable to even resist a single attack from a profounder in the same realm of cultivation. Yang Yi gazed at the masked man and didn't waste his breath at all. He was just about to attack when Xiaoman appeared in front of him, and she stared him in the eyes as she said, Are you a defiant profounder? Yang Yi replied, I won't harm you regardless of who I am. Xiaoman glanced at the surroundings. The surroundings were covered in corpses. Some were still alive, and they were groaning in pain. When she saw all of this, Xiaoman laughed miserably and said, Besides the top 3 geniuses on the hallowed rankings, there are no other existences in the monarch realm within the hallowed grounds who are capable of instantly and easily annihilating profounders in the same realm of cultivation. If there was such an existence, then it might only exist amongst the defiant profounders. I actually brought a defiant profounder back, and I even treated your injuries. I'll kill you. As she spoke, one of her hammers flew out from her grasp and instantly arrived in front of Yan Yi. Yan Yi stretched his hand forward and grabbed it. Meanwhile, Xiaoman suddenly flew over to him, and then she smashed her other hammer towards him. Yan Yi frowned slightly as he smashed his fist against her hammer. Bang! A huge explosion resounded, and the formidable force of the impact blasted Xiaoman flying. Meanwhile, the violet mink waved her little claw once more. A ray of violet light enveloped Xiaoman, and then she appeared by Yan Ye's side. Yan Yi waved his right hand, and then countless intent swords that were condensed from sword intent enveloped Xiaoman, causing her to be unable to move. I'll definitely kill you! Xiaoman glared angrily at him while killing intent surged in her eyes. Yan Yi said, But you're not a match for me right now! You! She was furious. Yan Yi waved his hand and said, You'll understand everything in the future. At that time, you can decide if you want to become enemies with me or be friends with me. Now, be obedient because I can smash you to the ground with just one punch. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain, but he felt that it was pointless to explain right now. After all, it was impossible for him to explain while black divine lightning had appeared in the sky. How did you get into our territory? Su Jiqing spoke in a low voice. The world of lava was protected by half-saints. So, logically speaking, even the half-saints of the outside world would be unable to enter their territory. However, this fellow had just entered without causing even the slightest commotion, and he was even overcoming his heavenly tribulation here. It was that bitch, Xiaoman, who brought him here. Qian Mei suddenly roared furiously and said, It was her! It was that bitch! She colluded with the defiant Profounders! She's dead! Her grandfather is dead as well! Ha ha! All of you are dead! Slap! A sword suddenly slapped against her face, and her cheek instantly swelled up. You! She glared angrily at Yang Yi. She was just about to speak. However, slap! A clear and resounding slap arose, and then the swelling of her face worsened. Yi Yang! You're definitely. Slap! Ah! Qian Mei howled like a boar that was being slaughtered. Slap! 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 Yang Yi would slap her every single time she tried to speak, and it wasn't long before her entire face had warped completely. Even her grandfather would probably be unable to recognize her now. She still wanted to say something, but she couldn't speak any longer. All she could do was glare resentfully at Yang Yi. You won't be able to escape! Su Jiqing spoke abruptly. Yang Yi glanced indifferently at her and said, I never thought about fleeing. How audacious! Right at this moment, a resounding howl suddenly appeared from the horizon, and then a huge palm flashed over through the sky. The palm tore through space as it clawed forcefully at Yang Yi. Yi! Yi! Yang! You're dead! You're dead! Meanwhile, Qian Mei opened her mouth and stuttered. Fuck off! His voice reverberated like a thunderclap as a ray of light shot into the sky. The sword she tore through the sky as it smashed against the enormous palm. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the sky shook violently, and then the sword she dispersed into the surroundings, while the huge palm instantly shrunk back. After that, an old man appeared before Yang Yi. The old man had a solemn expression on his face as he gazed at the mark that was left on his palm, and then he glanced at the black divine lightning which resided in the sky above Yang Yi. Heaven rank sword intent and the critical strike technique. How do you know the divine techniques of the Hallowed Hall sword cultivators? Wait. Black divine lightning? You're a defiant profounder? Right at this moment, rays of fiery light surged over from all directions, and then countless experts of the fire spirit race appeared here. How audacious! You actually dared to slaughter the profounders of my fire spirit race! A monarch realm expert of the fire spirit race glanced at the corpses in the surroundings. He was instantly infuriated, and he shot explosively towards Yang Yi. Swish! A ray of light flashed, and then he stopped on the spot. You! He hadn't even been able to finish speaking when a fountain of blood surged from his neck. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically. Yang Yi waved his sword, and then a 300 long line appeared on the ground 30 in front of him. He said, If you're not a half-saint, then cross this line and die. Chapter 7:11. The line he created was seemingly bottomless. On the other side, the members of the fire spirit race gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. Even though he was only a monarch realm profounder and was even merely at the first rank, just the sight of him aroused fear in their hearts. Head fought a half-saint equally with just a single swing of his sword, and he instantly annihilated a monarch realm expert with another. So, how could any one of them dare to attack? That attack from before was something that many of the profounders here weren't even able to catch sight of. How dare you! Right at this moment, an explosion resounded from the horizon, and then a wave of fire flashed over. After that, it transformed into a fire dragon that emanated surging flames as it smashed down forcefully towards Yang Yi. Even though it was aimed at Yang Yi, the terrifying pressure it emanated caused the profounders in the surroundings to be unable to help but tremble. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He stretched out his left hand. Sheath! Come to me! As soon as he spoke, a sword howl suddenly resounded from within Xiaoman, and then a ray of light flashed before the ancient sheath appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. He sheathed his sword and drew it. A ray of light was accompanied by a sword howl as it shot into the sky, and it flashed at a speed that wasn't visible to most and collided against the fire dragon. Bang! The spectators watched as both the sword chi and fire dragon shook slightly, and then they exploded apart. Suddenly, a thread of fire shot out from the waves of energy that swept towards the surroundings, and it swiftly blasted against Yang Yi's chest. Bang! Yang Yi took a few steps back while a bloody hole had appeared on his chest. Yang Yi thought to himself while he gazed at the bloody hole, "There's still quite a gap between me and a half-saint." Meanwhile, Qian Yan appeared here. Qian Yan's eyes instantly turned crimson red when he saw the miserable state that Qian Mei was in, and his entire face had warped. He spoke ferociously. "Yi Yang! I'll swear to never stop until I kill you. No, I'll make living worse than dying for you." As he spoke, he intended to attack once more, but it wasn't long before he stopped. Because Yang Yi's sword was on Qian Mei's neck. Yang Yi said, "You old dog! If you want to fight me, then I'll grant your wish once I've finished dealing with my heavenly tribulation. But I don't have the time for that right now. I won't be able to stop you if you insist on attacking right now, but I can kill your granddaughter before your eyes. You can try and see if you are faster or I am." "You!" Qian Yan was exasperated, but he didn't dare attack in the end. He just roared furiously. "Yi Yang, you're actually using a woman to threaten me? Are you even a man? It can't be helped because she was the one who came looking for trouble with me." Yang Yi continued. "I can't just let her look for trouble with me yet not retaliate, right?" Qian Yan spoke angrily. "Yi Yang, you've killed so many members of my fire spirit race. Even the Grand Elder and Tongfen won't be able to protect you. He's a defiant profounder." Meanwhile, the half-saint who stood by Qian Yan's side suddenly spoke in a low voice. "A defiant profounder?" Qian Yan was first shocked by this, and then he gazed up into the sky above Yang Yi. His expression changed when he saw the black divine lightning, and then he swiftly looked at Xiaoman and shouted furiously. "You bitch! You deserve death! You actually brought a defiant profounder into our territory. You deserve death. I'm going to extract your soul and burn you for eternity." Hiss! Suddenly Yang Yi swung his sword, and then a shrill cry resounded from Qian Mei while one of her arms flew over to Qian Yan. Yang Yi said, "If anything happens to her, then I'll bury your entire race with her." As he gazed at that arm which was still bleeding, Qian Yan was instantly on the verge of going mad, and a terrifying aura surged out from him like a storm. The aura was seemingly material, and the space throughout its path started to ripple. "Yi Yang! I swear on my soul that I'm willing to have my soul obliterated if I don't kill you." A soul vow! All the members of the fire spirit race were astounded. They hadn't expected that Qian Yan would actually make a soul vow. Because profounders couldn't make vows rashly. Especially when a profounder possessed a high realm of cultivation. After all, it was very likely for a profounder to suffer from inner demons if that profounder couldn't complete the vow. Once inner demons appeared, the consequences would be extremely severe if the inner demon struck while that profounder was cultivating or breaking through. Since Qian Yan had made a soul vow, it represented that the enmity between Yi Yang and Qian Yan was really irreconcilable. Bang! Suddenly, a change occurred in the sky above Yang Yi. A pillar of pitch-black divine lightning appeared above Lei Lin, and then it suddenly crashed down against Lei Lin's body. "Ah!" A shrill cry resounded from Lei Lin as her figure crashed down from the sky. Yang Yi's expression changed. He flashed over and hurriedly caught her in his arms. Had just wrapped his arms around her when a powerful bolt of electricity instantly assaulted his entire body, causing him to be unable to avoid shivering. However, he didn't let go of her. "It hurts." She groaned while pitch-black electricity flowed throughout her body. Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that she could still speak, and then he said, "Wait inside." As he spoke, he waved his right hand and tossed her into the primordial pagoda. "You head in as well." Yang Yi gazed at the violet mink. She shook her head in response. Yang Yi felt touched. He knew that she wanted to help him, but he immediately smiled and said, "It's fine. I can deal with them. Head inside and take care of her for me, all right?" The violet mink hesitated for quite some time before she nodded, and then she kissed Yan Yi lightly on the forehead before she transformed into a ray of violet light that entered his body. Bang! The violet mink had just entered the primordial pagoda when numerous bolts of pitch-black lightning flickered incessantly. As soon as they appeared in the sky, an aura of obliteration pressed down upon the surroundings, and numerous experts were actually pressured to the point of falling weakly to the ground. Moreover, there were actually some monarch realm experts amongst them. Qian Yan exchanged a glance with the other half-saint who stood by his side, and both of them saw the solemnness in each other's eyes. Because the divine lightning was so terrifying that it wasn't much weaker than the heavenly tribulation they experienced when they advanced into the half-saint realm. He really is a defiant profounder. Qian Yan spoke ferociously. No wonder even the heavens refused to tolerate his existence, and it has sent down such divine lightning. The old man by Qian Yan's side nodded and said, Xiaoman had committed a terrible crime by bringing a defiant profounder into our race. Nothing can absolve her from blame. She must be punished by the rules of the race once we crush him. I'm going to make living worse than death for both of them. Qian Yan spoke ferociously. Should we act? The old man asked in a low voice. Qian Yan shook his head. That kid is quite strong. Jiqing and Qian Mei might be in danger if we attack rashly. Let him resist his tribulation for now. We'll act at the critical moment. The old man nodded, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi raised his head and gazed at the pitch-black divine lightning in the sky above. At this moment, the energy contained within the pitch-black divine lightning was more than 10 times stronger than that of the black divine lightning from before. This wasn't a tribulation that monarch realm experts should overcome, nor was it a tribulation that monarch realm experts should overcome. Bang! Suddenly, the pitch-black divine lightning which had converged above Yang Yi started surging. An instant passed before a pillar of lightning carried the might to obliterate the world as it shot down towards Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed inch by inch while an extremely long spatial rift appeared behind it. Looks like the heavens really does intend to kill me. A wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes as he stretched out his hand, and then an intense sword appeared in his grasp. He sheathed it while a formidable aura surged out from within him. Sever! As soon as he shouted furiously, a beam of sword energy shot out from the ancient sheath, and the intense sword exploded into pieces. The sword energy emanated a brilliant glow as it shot into the sky. Everywhere it passed, space instantly collapsed while an extremely long spatial rift appeared behind it, just like what was happening from the might of the pitch-black divine lightning. How formidable! Countless people in the surroundings were astounded when they witnessed this scene. The expressions of Qian Yan and the other old man changed as well. It was especially so for Qian Yan. He hadn't expected that this fellow whom he once thought to be an ant would actually possess such a terrifying strength. Just this attack alone was something that was utterly impossible for ordinary 9th-rank monarch realm experts to resist. He must be eliminated! Qian Yan spoke in a low voice. The old man hurriedly nodded as well to display his agreement. Because Yang Yi had caused them to feel threatened. All of them watched as the sword energy smashed against the divine lightning. Bang! Rumbling resounded, and then both the sword energy and pillar of lightning exploded apart in midair. Countless strands of sword energy and pitch-black arcs of electricity surged chaotically through the sky before scattering to the ground, causing the ground to be completely devastated. Bang! Meanwhile, a pillar of pitch-black divine lightning which was double the size of the last pillar flashed down. As soon as it emerged, the sword energy and black divine lightning were completely dispersed in the air. The expression of the old man who stood by Qian Yan's side had changed violently upon laying eyes on that pillar of pitch-black divine lightning, and he hurriedly shouted, All those beneath the monarch realm move 5 kilometers back! Besides those at the monarch realm, all the experts of the fire spirit race who stood behind him immediately flashed backwards. As they gazed at the pitch-black pillar of lightning, it wasn't just those monarch realm experts of the fire spirit race that had solemn expressions on their faces. Even Qian Yan and the other half-saint were the same. This isn't the tribulation of a monarch realm expert at all. The old man by Qian Yan's side spoke solemnly. Who exactly is he amongst the defiant profounders? He actually drew such a heavenly tribulation down upon himself. Looks like he'll die without us having to interfere. Qian Yan spoke ferociously. Let's concentrate so as to prevent him from acting against Qian Mei and Jiqing out of desperation. Ha ha! Meanwhile, Qian Mei started laughing ferociously. Yi Yang! Looks like even the heavens refuse to tolerate your existence. You're dead. You're definitely dead. Yang Yi paid no attention to her because she wasn't worth his time. At this moment, Yan Ye's face was extremely solemn as he gazed at the pitch-black lightning in the sky. Because even he felt severely threatened by the energy it contained. Bang! Suddenly, another pillar of pitch-black divine lightning appeared in the sky. This pillar was more than 2 times the size of the previous pillar, and it swiftly arrived behind the previous pillar. Both pillars were almost linked together, and formed an extremely long pillar of lightning as they crashed down towards Yang Yi. Bang! That wasn't the end of it. A third pillar of pitch-black divine lightning appeared, and then a fourth and a fifth. Every single one of them was double the size of the previous pillar of lightning. Retreat! Qian Yan and the old man by his side had horror in their eyes, and they didn't hesitate to lead the others 5 kilometers backward. Chapter 7:12. 5 pitch-black pillars of divine lightning descended in succession, and they carried a terrifying aura of obliteration as they descended towards Yang Yi. The terrifying aura within them caused the buildings around Yang Yi to be instantly transformed into powder, while the ground in an area of 5 kilometers directly sunk almost 1 kilometer down. It simply seemed like the end of the world was arriving. At the center of the pressure these pillars of divine lightning emanated, Yang Yi was like a wooden boat at the heart of a violent storm, and he was simply beyond weak and tiny. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched them descend, and then ferocity filled his eyes. This tribulation isn't something that a monarch realm expert should experience. Even half-saints might not be able to overcome it. Bang! A terrifying strand of sword intent shot into the sky, and it formed a barrier above Yang Yi and resisted the terrifying pressure which came from the divine lightning. Wham! A sword howl shot into the sky from within the ancient sheath. Yang Yi stretched his hand forward and condensed an intense sword within his grasp, and then he spoke ferociously. Since you refuse to let me live, then I'll defy you. As soon as he spoke, he swiftly sheathed and drew his sword. A sharp howl of the sword resounded as a ray of light charged into the sky, and it left a long trail of light behind it as it tore through space all along the way and headed towards the black divine lightning in the sky. 12th level sword intent! The old man by Qian Yan's side cried out involuntarily while shock filled his eyes. How could that be possible? He actually possesses 2nd-level heaven rank sword intent, and that attack is actually 7 attacks overlapped as one. Even I have to be careful when dealing with the might of that attack. How could such a formidable sword cultivator appear amidst the defiant Profounders? How could this be possible? Qian Yan's countenance was extremely gloomy as he stood there silently, and only his fists were clenched tightly while his profound energy started circulating within him. Xiaomen muttered softly as she gazed at the sword energy. You're not a defiant Profounder, you're not a defiant Profounder. I know who you are. Everyone here watched as Yang Yi's sword energy collided with the divine lightning. Bang! A huge explosion resounded through the horizon, and then the sword energy and pitch-black divine lightning exploded apart. However, the tuned pitch-black pillar of lightning completely obliterated the threads of lightning and sword chi that remained from the collision, and then it didn't slow down at all as it continued down towards Yang Yi. Right at this moment, another sword howl resounded, and then another ray of sword energy shot into the sky and towards that pillar of lightning. 8th overlapped strands of sword energy! The old man by Qian Yan's side cried out involuntarily once more. How could this be possible? He was actually able to instantly overlap 8 attacks. How did he accomplish that? Qian Yan remained silent, but there was a trace of shock in his eyes as well. Even though these overlapped strands of sword energy couldn't kill him, and he could even blast them apart, but he had to admit that it was a threat to him. Moreover, this attack had been executed by a profounder who just advanced into the monarch realm. If he attains the half-saint realm, Qian Yen didn't continue down this line of thought because the outcome would make him feel extremely uncomfortable. Everyone here watched as the sword energy smashed against the tuned pillar of lightning. Bang! As soon as they came into contact with each other, thunderous rumbling erupted throughout the horizon, and then the entire sky started trembling violently. At the same time, the ground sunk another 100 m down from the effect of the terrifying pressure which came from the sword energy and divine lightning. Bang! Another huge explosion resounded. It was caused by the aftershock from the collision. Yang Yi clenched his right hand and an intense sword appeared in his grasp before he sheathed it. He could only overlap 7 heavenlands at most while he was at the Exalt realm. But once he advanced into the Monarch realm, his overall strength had been improved greatly, and so had his physical strength. So, he could instantly overlap 10 heavenlands at least. If he disregarded the consequences, then he could even overlap 11 heavenlands. However, it would exhaust a huge amount of his profound energy. Even if he was at the Monarch realm now, the profound energy within him was still insufficient for him to execute overlapped heavenlands without any restraint. According to his estimations, if he were to execute 10 overlapped heavenlands, then the current volume of profound energy he possessed could only sustain such attacks 5 times. It could be said that even if he couldn't defeat a half-saint, he could definitely escape with the strength he possessed now. Right when Yang Yi was about to draw his sword once more, the last 3 pillars of pitch-black lightning in the sky had stopped moving. Yang Yi frowned, and then his expression suddenly changed because the pitch-black pillars of divine lightning had suddenly merged together, and they warped for a moment before transforming into a pitch-black lightning dragon that was over 3 kilometers long and 600 m wide. It has taken form. The old man by Qian Yan's side spoke with astonishment. Tribulation lightning only takes form when breaking through into the half-saint realm. That fellow is merely a monarch realm profounder. How could he possibly make tribulation lightning take form? He's a defiant profounder. Qian Yan's voice carried a trace of pleasure as he said, "If it was any other ordinary person, the heavens would definitely not allow such tribulation lightning to descend upon a monarch realm profounder. However, he's a defiant profounder. Since he's a defiant profounder, then anything that doesn't make sense can still be explained. Because the heavens desire his death and not to temper him." The old man by Qian Yan's side nodded and said, "He's really quite audacious to actually dare to try and overcome his heavenly tribulation in the territory of our fire spirit race. Humph. Does he think our race has no one capable? Be ready to act. This lightning dragon is probably the last strike. We have to act regardless of whether he's able to resist it," said Qian Yan. "I understand." Roar! The enormous lightning dragon suddenly roared furiously at Yang Yi, and then boundless dragon pressure and the might of lightning covered the heavens and the earth as it rained down like the sky was collapsing. Everyone move 5 kilometers back. No, move 10 kilometers back. The old man by Qian Yan's side spoke in a shocked tone. Because the Exalt realm experts in the surroundings had actually slumped to the ground before the dragon pressure and might of lightning, and it seemed like they were completely sapped of their strength. It wasn't just the Exalt realm experts, even some Monarch realm experts had started to twitch and seemed as if they were on the verge of falling to their knees. On the other hand, the countenances of the women by Yang Yi's side had turned ghastly pale while their bodies shivered. It was especially so for Qian Mei who'd been injured. She was twitching and shivering madly. Xiaoman and Su Jiqing were in a slightly better state, but they were shivering as well. Yi Yang, hand Qian Mei and Jiqing over or I'll shred you into pieces. Qian Yan exploded with rage when he noticed the state that Qian Mei was in, and he was about to attack. Yang Yi glanced coldly at Qian Yan and said, "Old dog. I'll obliterate her right now if you speak another word." Qian Yan was exasperated, and he was about to speak when the old man by his side stopped him and said, "Don't agitate him. He's definitely on the verge of going mad right now, and he's capable of anything." Qian Yan took a deep breath and forcefully restrained his rage, and he just gazed resentfully at Yang Yi. Yang Yi paid no further attention to Qian Yan, and he gazed at Xiaoman instead. They'll definitely harm you if I let you go right now. They'll let you go once your grandfather gets here. As he spoke, a ray of light flashed as 10 swords flashed out and circled the air above Xiaoman. The 12th level sword intent they were enhanced with allowed them to instantly block off most of the pressure which came from above, and it alleviated the state Xiaoman was in. Xiaoman didn't speak, and she just gazed at Yang Yi. Roar! Meanwhile, the enormous lightning dragon in the sky opened its mouth and roared at Yang Yi, and then an enormous pitch-black pillar of lightning that was 300 m thick shot out from within its mouth and emanated a terrifying aura as it smashed down towards Yang Yi. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he grabbed the hilt of his intense sword and drew it swiftly. The intense sword shattered as a beam of sword energy charged up into the sky, and it swiftly collided with the pillar of lightning. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as the sword energy dispersed into the surroundings. As for the pillar of lightning, it merely shook slightly, and then didn't slow down at all as it crashed down towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. After all, that attack carried 8 heavenlands that were overlapped together. However, such an attack was actually merely able to cause a small amount of harm to it. Yang Yi didn't have the time to think because it had arrived above his head. He sheathed the intense sword and drew it. Another beam of sword energy shot into the sky. This beam of sword energy was faster and stronger than the last beam of sword energy because it carried 9 heavenlands that were overlapped together. The sword energy smashed against the pillar of lightning, and it trembled violently before an explosion resounded. Both the sword energy and pillar of lightning exploded apart at the same time. Everywhere the sword energy and pitch-black divine lightning sprayed, space was instantly torn apart, and the entire sky was in a mess. Roar! Meanwhile, the enormous lightning dragon suddenly roared furiously once more, and then it waved its tail and smashed down towards Yang Yi. Countless bolts of pitch-black divine lightning were flickering all around the lightning dragon, and they were like a net that enveloped the lightning dragon, causing it to seem rather shocking. While the lightning dragon descended upon Yang Yi, the ground beneath him was sinking down incessantly. Less than a breath of time passed before the ground around Yang Yi had sunk over 1 kilometer down, and it was still sinking down at an extremely swift speed. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. He stretched out his hand, condensed an intense sword in his grasp, and sheathed it. Heavenrand! Critical strike! As soon as he spoke, a brilliant beam of sword energy flashed up, and the entire sky shook in its presence. It was an attack that carried 11 overlapped heavenrands that were enhanced by the 3-rod stage of the critical strike technique. It was the strongest attack Yang Yi could execute right now. If he didn't have a sword to support himself, he would have probably slumped down to the ground after he executed this attack. Because this attack had instantly exhausted all the profound energy within him. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to withdraw a 1,000-year-old fire crystal and swallow it, and then he raised his head and looked up into the sky. Bang! A huge explosion resounded throughout the sky. Everyone watched as the brilliance of Yang Yi's sword energy gradually vanished. It wasn't long before another explosion resounded as Yang Yi's sword energy exploded apart. After that, the lightning dragon, which had become quite faint, descended swiftly and arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. He didn't hesitate to wave his right hand, and a strand of energy blasted Xiaoman away. At practically the exact same moment, an enormous palm swept over and grabbed Jiqing and Qianmei. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly enveloped beneath the lightning dragon. Chapter 713. Bang! Yang Yi was completely enveloped beneath the lightning dragon while countless arcs of electricity swept towards the surroundings and formed a strong lightning field. No! Xiaoman was stunned when Yang Yi pushed her aside, and she saw Yang Yi being swallowed by the lightning dragon when she recovered from her shock. She didn't hesitate to charge immediately towards the lightning field. However, it wasn't long before she was blasted back by the pitch-black divine lightning there. But she refused to give up and charged over repeatedly like a madwoman. Is he dead? The old man at the half-saint realm who stood by Qian Yan's side gazed down the abyss before them. Yes, the area Yang Yi resided on had sunk down to the point of forming an abyss, and it was almost 3,000 kilometers below the ground. All of this was caused by the lightning dragon. I can't sense his aura. Qian Yan frowned and said, Defiant Profounders can't die, so he should be alive. That's good as well because only then would I have the chance to vent the hatred in my heart. At the bottom of the abyss, formidable arcs of electricity were surging throughout it, and the ground was left charred black in their wake. It only took a moment for the entire area to be charred black. You can't die, you can't die! At this moment, Xiaoman was covered in injuries, yet she still pounced towards the abyss time after time again. When Yang Yi revealed his 12th level sword intent, she knew that she was mistaken. That man Shed picked up and brought back wasn't a defiant profounder at all. Shed misjudged him, and even tried to kill him. However, had still not forgotten to save her at the critical moment. I must save him! That was the only thought in Xiaoman's mind. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The electricity that had swept towards the surroundings actually started to converge towards where Yang Yi stood earlier, and it wasn't long before an enormous pitch-black ball of lightning had appeared beneath the ground. What's going on? The half-saint by Qian Yan's side was astounded. Qian Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his relaxed fists were slowly clenched together once more. The ball of lightning is shrinking! Someone exclaimed with surprise. All of them looked over. Sure enough, the ball of lightning was shrinking at a visible speed. In next to no time, it grew so small that two figures appeared before their eyes. Both those figures were very familiar to them because it was Yang Yi and Lei Lin who devoured the black divine lightning at the beginning. At this moment, a small pitch-black ball of lightning was floating above Lei Lin's left hand while a small pair of wings that seemed to be weaved from lightning resided on her back. On the other hand, Yang Yi was supporting himself up with his right knee on the ground while his hands held onto an intense sword which was stabbed into the ground. It was obvious that he would have slumped to the ground if it wasn't for the support of the intense sword. He's actually fine! The old man by Qian Yan's side spoke in a low voice. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Qian Yan's eyes, and he said, Attack! As he spoke, Qian Yan flicked with his finger, and a strand of dark brown flames instantly shot towards Yang Yi. The flame was extremely swift, and it instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. However, Lei Lin suddenly appeared before Yang Yi, and then she tossed the pitch-black lightning ball. It flashed forward like a bolt of lightning and smashed against the flame. Bang! The flame was instantly blasted into pieces, and then the ball of lightning returned to Lei Lin. Qian Yan was stunned, and then his gaze descended onto Lei Lin. He sized her up for a moment before he said, You're a Sprite King! How could this be possible? What was a Sprite King? Actually, a natural treasure which had truly gained a consciousness of its own, and could take human form was considered a Sprite King. Such Sprite Kings weren't comparable to ordinary natural treasures any longer because they possessed true intelligence like humans. Moreover, their strengths were much more formidable than ordinary natural treasures, and they were protected by the heavens and the earth. After the ancient times had passed, such Sprite Kings hadn't been born into the world anymore. Of course, the hallowed grounds had such Sprite Kings. However, he knew both of them. Moreover, they had been passed down within the hallowed grounds since the ancient times. Yet now, had actually laid eyes on another Sprite King, one that had never seen in the past. So, how could he not be shocked? But it wasn't long before excitement appeared within his eyes. Because his strength would be doubled at least if he was able to absorb it. Big brother, you said that you're an old dog. I refuse to talk with you. Lei Lin blinked as she spoke in a clear and melodious tone. Qian Yan was furious. You're courting death. As he spoke, he slapped his right palm towards Lei Lin from afar, and an enormous palm flashed out and slapped down forcefully towards Yang Yi and Lei Lin. Lei Lin blinked and seemed to be afraid, so she hurriedly flashed off and hid behind Yang Yi's back. But it wasn't long before she stepped forward once more because she seemed to have recalled that Yang Yi was in a heavily injured state right now. She ceaselessly patted the pitch-black ball of lightning, and she even started blowing on it while she patted it. It wasn't long before it grew from the size of a fist into the size of an adult's skull. After that, she slapped it forcefully, and it surged forward like a bolt of lightning and collided with the enormous palm. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the ball of lightning exploded apart, and then the enormous palms smashed down towards them. Lei Lin's face turned pale, and she was at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, a hand suddenly took her hand, and then Yan Yi was standing in front of her. Slash! The intense sword sheathed within the ancient sheath was drawn. The intense sword itself shattered while a ray of light shot towards the enormous palm. However, a mouthful of blood sprayed from Yan Yi's mouth at the same time. Bang! An enormous bang resounded as the sword energy and the enormous palm exploded apart and dispersed. Yan Yi withdrew over 10 extreme-grade energy stones and placed them within his pocket, and then he started absorbing the energy within them like a madman. Watch out! Right at this moment, Xiao Man's horrified voice resounded. Yan Yi's expression changed, and he swiftly turned around. Had just turned around when a palm formed from energy smashed against his chest. Bang! Yan Yi's entire body bent into an arc as it flew backward, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out in midair. The old man at the half-saint realm was standing not too far away from him, and he had his right hand wrapped tightly around Lei Lin's neck while Lei Lin struggled incessantly. Yan Yi's eyes almost split apart from rage. Right at this moment, Yan Yi's expression changed again, and he forcefully twisted his body in midair. Had only just twisted his body when Qian Yin appeared before him. At the same time, a flaming sword stabbed straight towards his chest. It was too late to dodge because he hadn't fully dispersed the force of the old man's attack. So, he couldn't force his body to move aside. Hiss! Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him, while he heard the sound of a sword burning through flesh. No! Yan Yi's eyes instantly turned crimson red while 100 swords flashed out from within him, and they moved around the woman who stood before him and shot madly at Qian Yin who held the flaming sword. Qian Yan's expression changed slightly, and he swiftly swung the sword without end. When he fully blocked all of those swords, Yan Yi was 300 m away, and Yan Yi had a woman in his arms. The woman was none other than Xiao Man. It was Xiao Man who had blocked that attack for him. Ha! Qian Yin roared madly with laughter and said, Yang, it really hurts, right? I told you that'll make living worse than death for you. Don't worry, that's just the beginning. It'll make that woman and that little girl suffer the most cruel and inhumane humiliation before your eyes. As for you, don't worry. Even though you can't die, I won't treat you unfairly. It'll test every single method of torture and punishment in this world on you. Yan Yi hadn't just made him lose 10 1,000-year-old fire crystals. Yan Yi had even tortured his only granddaughter to such an extent. So, he was beyond pleased at being able to take revenge with his own 2 hands. Yan Yi held Xiao Man in his arms while he covered the burning hole on her chest with his left hand, and he spoke with pain in his voice. You foolish little girl. Do you know that he can't harm me? He can't harm me. So why stop that sword for me? Are you trying to make me owe you 2 lives? I only have a single life. I can't repay you. His physical body was entirely capable of resisting that attack from before. Of course, he would suffer a heavy injury because Qian Yin was a half-saint and not a monarch realm expert. Even though his body was strong, it wasn't strong to the point of disregarding the attacks of half-saints. I misjudged you earlier and even attacked you. You aren't angry with me, right? Xiao Man's aura was weak, and her voice was soft like the buzzing of a mosquito. Yang Yi shook his head and said, I don't blame you for that. I never did. Because I would have died if it wasn't for you. That's all I wanted to hear. Xiao Man grinned, and then her smile froze. Yang Yi closed his eyes with pain while his hand slid down from Xiao Man's chest. A fist-sized hole was still burning on Xiao Man's chest, and a ball of flames was raging through her internal organs. She was only at the monarch realm, so how could she endure the full strength of a half-saint like Qian Yin? Her internal organs had been instantly destroyed when the sword stabbed into her. Yan Yi took a deep breath, waved his right hand lightly, and placed Xiao Man's corpse within the primordial pagoda. Her corpse had just entered the primordial pagoda when Xiao Man's soul gradually floated out from her corpse. Xiao Man, who was in her soul form, glanced at the surroundings in a daze, and then an explosion resounded. Her soul exploded into pieces and transformed into countless fragments that dispersed into the surroundings. Big Brother Yi. Lei Lin was still struggling while the old man held her by the throat, and crystalline and translucent pearls of water were dripping down from her eyes while she called out incessantly to Yan Yi. Yan Yi stood up slowly and glanced at the members of the fire spirit race in the surroundings before he said, "I was saved by Xiao Man, so not only did I have no hostility towards the fire spirit race, I even felt quite grateful. However, you've attacked me while I was trying to overcome my heavenly tribulation. Not only did you almost cause me to fail on the brink of success, you even caused Xiao Man's death. I, Yan Yi, repay the kindness bestowed upon me, and I naturally avenge any enmity I have. Today, every single member of the fire spirit race that I see will die." As soon as he finished speaking, 12th level sword intent surged madly from within him, and then that almost material sword intent started to burn. Intent ignition! Yan Yi's aura was rising explosively without end. The second rank of the Monarch Realm. The third rank of the Monarch Realm. The fifth rank of the Monarch Realm. The ninth rank of the Monarch Realm. Yet it was still rising. Chapter 7:14. Yan Yi's cultivation rose steadily, and only an instant passed before it had risen explosively to the 9th rank of the Monarch Realm. However, his sword intent dropped to the 1st level of the Heaven rank. Countless profounders of the fire spirit race who stood in the surroundings were flabbergasted when they saw him instantly attain the 9th rank of the Monarch Realm. He just broke through a moment ago. But he's at the 9th rank now? How could this be possible? He was able to instantly annihilate Monarch Realm experts upon attaining the Monarch Realm. How terrifying would his strength be now? All of them couldn't avoid feeling horrified when they thought up to this point. Yan Yi's cultivation stopped rising, but his aura was still rising. It wasn't long before the aura he emanated was like a mountain or ocean that exerted enormous pressure upon everyone here. Qian Yan and the old man were stunned by this scene as well. Both of them hadn't expected that the strength of this fellow, Yi Yang, would actually rise explosively to the 9th rank of the Monarch Realm. However, their strength and discerning ability allowed them to quickly determine what had occurred. Qian Yan laughed coldly. "Yi Yang, even though relying on a secret technique to forcefully rise to the 9th rank of the Monarch Realm has allowed your strength to improve greatly, it's only for a moment in the end. The laughable thing is you actually said that you want to slaughter my fire spirit race. That's truly laughable and stupid to the extreme." Yan Yi stretched out his hand and condensed an intense sword in his grasp, and then he sheathed it as he spoke ferociously. "You old dog! The fire spirit race will pay a price that it'll never be able to endure because of you and your granddaughter." As soon as he finished speaking, his sword left its sheath. A sword howl shot into the sky. A beam of sword energy flashed forward, and it was so swift that some Monarch Realm experts weren't even able to lay eyes on it. It was an attack that carried 15 overlapped heavenrands, the 3 rod stage of the critical strike technique, and lightspeed. Only 2 people here were able to see it clearly, and it was Qian Yan and the old man by his side. Both of their expressions had changed drastically upon laying eyes on it, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was especially so for the old man. There was even terror in his eyes because it was shooting towards him. Even though he was shocked by the might of this attack, he was a half-saint at any rate. So, his reaction wasn't slow at all, and he was prepared to counterattack at practically the exact same moment that Yan Yi drew his sword. However, an invisible force suddenly appeared here, and then Qian Yan and the other man revealed astonishment in their eyes. Because their cultivations had instantly dropped to the 9th rank of the Monarch Realm. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? The old man cried out involuntarily with astonishment. He was just about to attack, but the drop in his cultivation caused him to be slightly slower, and then the beam of sword energy crashed against his chest. At the exact same moment, a bolt of dazzling lightning erupted from Lei Lin, and the lightning struck the old man's chest right after the sword energy had, causing him to be blasted flying. Lei Lin hastily transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot towards Yang Yi, and then she wrapped herself tightly around him like an octopus. Her tears flowed incessantly, and she seemed so very sad. Because she'd never been bullied like that since she was born. Yang Yi's mouth couldn't stop twitching because Lei Lin's entire body was covered in electricity. The electricity she emanated wasn't able to harm him in the past, but he noticed that she'd become much stronger after she devoured so much black divine lighting. At the very least, even an ordinary 9th-rank monarch realm expert would absolutely not dare to go head-on against the lightning that she emanated. After he made her hide in the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi raised his head and gazed at the old man. The old man wasn't dead, but there was a fist-sized hole on the old man's chest. The hole went straight through the old man's body, allowing others to look right through him and see the scene behind him. Yang Yi wasn't disappointed because the old man wouldn't be called a half-saint if he were so easily killed. The Stone of Suppression! You actually possessed the Stone of Suppression! Qian Yen and the old man had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces right now. After all, it was the Stone of Suppression. They didn't take the situation seriously even when Yang Yi had improved his strength to the 9th rank of the monarch realm and possessed heaven-rank sword intent. Because they were half-saints, and even heaven-rank sword intent couldn't make up for the gap between the monarch realm and the half-saint realm. Unless it was 3rd-level heaven-rank sword intent. Yet now, they were at the 9th rank of the monarch realm as well. It was a battle between 9th-rank monarch realm experts now, and their opponent was a sword cultivator, a terrifying sword cultivator. They weren't as confident and composed as they were just now, and only a solemn expression remained on their faces. The Stone of Suppression is a precious treasure of the hallowed halls. How could it have fallen into your hands? Qian Yen spoke in a heavy voice. Oem. The reply he received was a wave of sword energy, and it was like a storm that rained down from the sky towards Qian Yen and the other man. How presumptuous! Qian Yen was furious, and he charged towards Yang Yi with the other old man. Unfortunately, they weren't able to harm Yang Yi at all, and it was even to the extent that they were suppressed. Because Yang Yi's sword energy was too terrifying. They would naturally not be afraid of it if they were still at the half-saint realm, but they were only 9th-rank monarch realm experts now. No one in the same realm of cultivation could avoid fearing Yang Yi's sword energy. While Yang Yi fought Qian Yen and the old man, he controlled 100 swords and sent them to attack the crowd of the fire spirit race's members. At this moment, everyone within his field of vision was an enemy, and since they were his enemy, they deserved death. The profoundest of the fire spirit race perished one after the other, and it wasn't long before over 100 corpses had fallen to the ground. Yi Yang, my fire spirit race will never rest until you're dead! The old man's eyes were completely red as he roared. The fire spirit race had very few members, and it was especially so for men. Yet now, over 100 had died in just a short moment. Coupled with the losses from before, almost 500 members of the fire spirit race had been killed. That was definitely a calamity for the entire fire spirit race. The enmity between us was irreconcilable since the moment Xiaoman died. Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword, and a beam of sword energy flashed. It instantly arrived before the old man, causing the old man to be horrified. After all, had personally experienced its strength, and while he wouldn't die if he were to be struck by it, it would definitely further worsen his injuries. At that time, he would need at least 2 1,000-year-old fire crystals to recover. The sword energy was truly too swift, so he couldn't dodge it in any. He pressed his palms together and pushed them forward, causing a flaming palm to flash forward and collide with Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as both their attacks dispersed into the air. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had vanished on the spot. Yi Yang! Don't you dare! Suddenly, Qian Yen roared furiously before he vanished on the spot. Because Yang Yi had transformed into a ray of light that shot into the crowd of profounders. As soon as he charged into the crowd, it was a slaughter, a true and utter slaughter. Rays of light flashed as heads rolled to the ground, and blood formed rivers. No one could resist a single swing of his sword, even monarch realm experts. In next to no time, only the masked man, Su Jiqing, and Qian Mei remained. The masked man was just about to speak when a strand of sword chi pierced through his chest, and it caused him to stiffen on the spot. The masked man glanced at his chest, and then glanced at Yang Yi, who was in battle with Qian Yen and the old man, before he said, "I thought that it was a fluke which allowed you to kill Xiahou Xian, but I was wrong. I never expected that I, who am ranked at the 4th on the hallowed rankings, would actually die here, and I never imagined that I wouldn't even be able to resist a single attack from you." As soon as he finished speaking, the last strand of life left him. No one knew that the genius who was ranked on the 4th position of the hallowed rankings had soundlessly perished within the fire spirit race's territory. In less than a few breaths of time, all the profounders of the fire spirit race in the surroundings had either died or fled. The entire area was in a mess. "Elder Qian and Elder Yu aren't able to harm him." Su Jiqing took a deep breath and withdrew a talisman while she watched Yang Yi fight a fierce battle against those two half-saints, but she didn't crush it. It was a talisman that her grandfather, the patriarch of the fire spirit race, had given her, and he would instantly rush over to her side if she were to crush it. However, she didn't want to utilize it unless she had no other choice. Because her grandfather was an absolute closed-door cultivation which he refused to emerge from until he broke through, and a few hundred years had passed since then. So, she felt that since he still hadn't emerged until this very moment, then her grandfather's cultivation had definitely arrived at a critical moment. Su Jiqing hesitated for a moment, but it wasn't long before her worry eased up because Yang Yi was gradually falling into a disadvantaged position. Yang Yi really was slowly falling into a disadvantaged state in the battle. The reason he could fight two half-saints was mainly because had increased his strength by force and had activated the stone of suppression. Moreover, he relied on the extremely formidable strength of his body and was attacking with at least 10 overlapped heavenrans every single time. Thus, he was able to fight those two half-saints and kill numerous profounders from the fire spirit race. However, all of that relied on the support of his profound energy. He could sustain all of it in the beginning, but both the heavenran drawing technique and the stone of suppression exhausted a huge amount of profound energy, and it caused his profound energy to be almost completely exhausted. "He'll die if this continues." Yang Yi swung his intent sword incessantly while he thought, "They'll definitely suffer the backlash of intent ignition in an hour from now, at most. I must live if I want to avenge Shaman." Once he thought up to this point, Yang Yi waved his sword and emanated a beam of sword energy, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot off into the distance. Bang! After he slapped the sword energy into pieces, Qian Yen noticed Yang Yi was fleeing, and he immediately roared with fury. "Yi Yang! My fire spirit race will definitely kill you even if you're the son of the Hallowed Hall's divine master." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them transformed into rays of fiery light that shot after Yang Yi. Once the three of them left in succession, Su Jiqing withdrew her gaze and glanced at the corpses in the surroundings. A wisp of ferocity and pain surged through her eyes. The fire spirit race's population was already declining. Now that so many had been slaughtered, it would take dozens of years of even 100 years for it to recover its population. "Gather all the experts and elders of our race that are in the vicinity and kill Yang Yi with all their might. No matter who he is, our fire spirit race will never stop until he's dead." Su Jiqing's voice reverberated like a thunderclap. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.